Welcome in, everybody, to Moonfield. You're watching Lynchburg and Bridgewater. College softball action coming to you on LHSN. We apologize for our late entry, but now we are officially connected and underway. We bring you to Lynchburg, Virginia with a runner on and one down. At the plate is Jasmine Smith, one of the heroes in the two walk-off wins yesterday for Bridgewater. Smith, the hero in Game 2, the walk-off double. And it's Smith working against Bree Carter. This one popped up and out of play, first base side. So what's happened so far? Leadoff hitter and second baseman Tori Shiflett started us off with a single to left field, and then it was Hannah Mahan striking out. First punch out of the day for Carter. And that brings us to Smith in the right-handed batter's box. Pitch misses down and outside. Count to 2-1. Carter so far this season. This marks start number 5, appearance number 7, a 2-1 record for Carter, 19 1/3 innings tossed, 10 strikeouts to 5 walks. This one shot foul behind the plate to even the count at 2-2. Bridgewater and Lynchburg both coming off of doubleheader sweeps from yesterday's action. Bridgewater taking the pair from Randolph and Lynchburg, sweeping a twin bill with Eastern Mennonite. So both teams looking to ride the sweep, create a winning streak that reaches 3 and potentially 4 with a doubleheader this afternoon. Batter made today for Bree Carter is Carly Hudnall behind the plate. Carter to the windup, 2-2, set back up the middle, and past the diving glove of Addison Walter. Second hit of the inning for Bridgewater. Smith aboard at first base. You see her on your screen now. It's 2 on. Just one out. And Sarah Meyer, the catcher, comes to the dish for the Eagles. First pitch, in for a called strike 1. Finishing off the defensive alignment for Lynchburg. Talk about Hudnall behind the plate. In the infield from right to left has Sophie Tully at first. Ashley Haley starting at second. Addison Walter nearly making that play a moment ago at short. And over at third is Carly Cundiff. The outfield from left to right has Grace Dooley in left, Kaylee Hackett in center, and Lexi Powell starting in right. Sent fair up the right field line. Powell has to work all the way to the wall. 2 runs will score. 2 RBI double for the cleanup bat, Sarah Weimer. And Bridgewater gets out to a strong start on the offensive side and leads 2-0 here in the top of the first. For Weimer, that becomes RBIs 30 and 31. That is, by far and away, a Bridgewater best. Next closest is 21. That's Jasmine Smith, who was the second runner to score. Another base knock for Bridgewater. Through to left field, that was Catherine Thomas, jumping all over the first pitch she saw. The right fielder on at first. Advancing to third is Weimer. It's Military Appreciation Day in Lynchburg, Virginia. Thus, the digital camo get-ups for the Hornets, who will have a meeting out on the mound, trying to settle down the starter, Bree Carter. Carter's faced 5 so far, surrendered 4 hits. The lone hitter to be retired was the shortstop, Hannah Mahan. And we apologize, you did not get to see that. That was off screen, but it was a strikeout for Carter. Followed up by a single for Smith. The 2 RBI double for Weimer, who stands at third after the base hit to left field for Catherine Thomas. So the pitcher and 6-hole hitter Samantha Martin scheduled to come to the plate. Now another conference on the mound, and on your screen you see Coach Don Simmons, a day removed from picking up career win number 650 and then 651 in the latter half of the doubleheader against EMU yesterday. And it looks like we will have an early pitching change. We will step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for the Hornets. When we come back, you're watching the Eagles and the Hornets on LHSN. Kaylee Dorsis comes out of the pen for Lynchburg. First pitch she tosses down below the knees. The runner takes off from first, and Thomas advances into scoring position at second. It takes away the double play ball as well for Lynchburg. The numbers for Dorsis on the year, this becomes appearance number 14. She also has 3 starts, a couple of complete games, a 3-4 record for the freshman. Dorsis misses off the outside corner. The righties tossed 31 2/3 innings so far this year, 36 strikeouts to 8 walks, with opponents hitting .258 against. And it's Dorsis taking on opposing pitcher Samantha Martin. 2-0. Misses the zone as well. Count grows to 3 balls and no strikes. First base is open, so a walk isn't the end of the world for Dorsis, but it would load up the bases for the designated player, Annalise Franklin, who is on deck for Bridgewater. 3-0, results in a called strike 1. So the recent stretch for Bridgewater, we talked about the sweep yesterday over the Wildcats of Randolph College. Before that, it was a drop doubleheader on Thursday at Averett, and then a split doubleheader on Tuesday at home against Marymount. And that leads to Bridgewater coming to this contest 12-10 on the year, as Martin does reach via the base on balls to load up the bases. First walk issued by either arm so far for Lynchburg. And it'll be Franklin versus Dorsis. Pitch misses high and outside. Dorsis, a freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia, went to Hickory High School. Quick trip to the mound for the catcher, Carly Hudnall. And primarily as a reliever with 1 start in the mix, Dorsis has now made an appearance in 6 of the last 7 games played for Lynchburg. The 1 start came in the same game of a doubleheader against number 2 Salisbury. But she also came on in relief for game 1. Both games of a doubleheader played on the 19th against Susquehanna and then Marymount. And then game 1 yesterday at EMU, tossing 5 innings. 1-2 count to Annalise Franklin. Right-handed hitter hitting .273 on the season. 3 RBIs, a chance to, with a double or more, double that total, but at least tack onto it. Doesn't even need to be a base knock here. It could be a chance for a productive out for Franklin, the designated player. Followed up by left fielder Brooklyn Fridley, who was the hero in game 1 with the walk-off for Bridgewater. And rounding out the Eagles' batting 9, center fielder Avery Pinder in the 9 spot. Dorsis misses off the inside corner. It's a 3-2 count. Nowhere to put Franklin. Dorsis to the plate. Gets a ground ball, sent to Walter. Throws to the plate. And Hudnall able to keep, or unable to keep, the back foot on home plate. Waiting for the official score, but to me, likely an E6. That makes it 3-0 Bridgewater. The Eagles coming out strong in this contest, and that was something that gave Lynchburg fits yesterday, falling behind to EMU in the first inning in both contests. Fridley hitting from the left side is the next scheduled bat. As Coach Simmons is looking for an answer. Play on the plate. It looked like Hudnall. I have a tough angle up the right field line. Hudnall was able to keep her foot in around the vicinity, but obviously I don't have a great look at where the foot was and if it was touching home plate. It'll be an E6. So it's an unearned run. As Sarah Weimer touches home plate. Thomas moves up to third. Behind her is Samantha Martin at second, and Franklin aboard at first. First pitch on the way to the lefty Fridley. Finds the outside corner. The count starts at 0-1. This pitch misses high and outside. Lynchburg been playing good softball, win at home for the most part this season. Overall, the record's at 3-4. But that includes doubleheader sweeps against William Peace, Methodist, and Averett. And talking with Coach Simmons and fellow Hornets, they look back at some of those series and wish they had come away with sweeps there. And obviously, one game, one bounce of the softball can change how you look at that day and that doubleheader in and of itself. And then that can in turn change how you look at the home record for Lynchburg. The last time the Hornets were at home, it was that doubleheader against Averett. Lynchburg was scheduled to host Mary Washington for a twin bill, but that was moved from March 12th to April 3rd. Throw to the plate in time for out number 2. So the fielder's choice keeps it at 3-0. Taking off the base paths is Thomas. Martin up to third. Franklin at second. Fridley on via the fielder's choice. Left-handed bat, center fielder Pinder sends this one foul up the third base line. Talk more about Lynchburg and their recent schedule. Let's talk about the deficits yesterday for the Hornets. Fell behind in game 1, 4-0, and then trailed after the first in game 2, 2-0. So early holes, a recent trend for the Hornets, and Lynchburg will have to work themselves out of another, at least in game 1. This afternoon's action. Wind blowing out towards straightaway center field. It's a rather brisk March afternoon in Lynchburg. A cold strike against Pinder. Count moves to 1-2. And as of right now, at around 45 degrees. Feels like at 40. About 10-mile-an-hour winds out to center field. Dorsis gets the ground ball. Walter has it eat her up and goes into center field. Runners move up one base. Scoring is Martin. And Bridgewater has set 9 to the plate, about to become 10, and lead 4-0. It'll be the second E6 of the inning. Runners on are Franklin, Fridley, and Pinder from third, second to first. And up for the second time this inning is Tori Shiflett, who got us started with a single out to left field. Now she's going toe-to-toe with Dorsis. And leads the count 1-0. Dorsis bounces back, finds the outside corner. Count to 1-1 now. Shiflett comes in today's game, batting .387. On-base percentage at .460. You can see why she has a name etched at the top of the lineup card today. Here Shiflett takes this one off the outside corner. And riding the lineup card, we talked about Coach Simmons for Lynchburg. For Bridgewater, it's third-year head coach Megan Pleskovic. Dorsis finds the inside edge. 2's across the scoreboard overlooking Moon Field. Popped up left field side and out of play. Shiflett looking to battle. Shiflett was the first runner to score this inning. Now a chance to add to her RBI total as well. Long pause, Dorsis to the plate. Misses high and outside. The count runs full. Runners will be in motion. 99th all-time meeting between these two squads. Lynchburg with the series edge, 58 wins to 40 losses. We'll see game 99 and game 100 this afternoon as Dorsis able to ring up Shiflett, who goes down looking for out number 3, but the damage has been done. First punch out of the day for Dorsis ends a 4-run top of the 4th inning for the Bridgewater offense. We'll step aside and come back with the home half of the first. See what the Hornets do in response. Welcome back to Moon Field, bottom of the first inning. It'll be Samantha Martin in the circle for Bridgewater, and she'll start her day taking on left-handed hitter and catcher Carly Hudnall. Shows bunt, pulls back, takes a pitch high. The count starts at 1-0. So 4 runs put across by Bridgewater in the top of the first inning. Another hole to dig out of for the Hornets. Did it twice yesterday against EMU. We'll need to do it again, at least in game 1. Hudnall gets the Hornets offense out on the right foot with a base knocked to left field. That'll bring right fielder Lexi Powell run through the rest of the Lynchburg batting 9. Powell coming to the plate now, followed up by first baseman Sophie Tully. And barring a double play, we'll see the designated player, number 30, Bree Hodges. First pitch in for a strike to Powell. And after Hodges comes the third baseman Carly Cundiff, then center fielder Kaylee Hackett in the 6th spot, followed by shortstop Addison Walter, then left fielder Gracie Dooley, and in the 9 hole, playing second base is Ashley Haley. Showing bunt and laying it foul behind the plate is Powell. Numbers for Martin this year. Today marks start number 8, appearance number 12. It's a 6-2 record so far for Martin. Tossed 61 1/3 innings so far this season. 31 strikeouts to 16 walks. Counts at 2-2. Sky to shallow left field, ranging in. Catch is made by Brooklyn Fridley. So pound down for out number 1, Tully. Steps played for Lynchburg, team best .491 average, slugging percentage at .927, and an OBP at .556. All that to say, that's been a stellar start to the season for Tully swinging the bat. Tully behind and underneath the first pitch he sees, and it goes foul behind the first base dugout. Another foul ball off the bat of Tully. Quickly the count works to a pitcher's advantage, 0-2. Give it the infield for Bridgewater. Battery made for Martin is Sarah Weimer. Out at thirds, Caitlin Torona, player we did not get to see in the batting order. As this one through and into center field. Second hit of the inning for Lynchburg. Hudnall up to second. Tully behind her at first. At short for Bridgewater is Hannah Mahan. At second is Tori Shiflett. Over at first is Jasmine Smith. And as Bree Hodges steps to plate, the outfield working right to left for Bridgewater has Catherine Thomas in right, and center's Avery Pinder, and Brooklyn Friendly is in left. Hodges lays it down and has the infield single. Hodges has plenty of pop in her bat. This time, doesn't need to showcase it. The bases are loaded for Lynchburg, looking for the response after the 4-run top of the first for Bridgewater. First pitch swinging. Cundiff sends this to right. Thomas underneath it. The throw goes to home plate. Neither runner or no runners will try to advance. Hudnall holds at third instead. Cundiff retired on the first pitch she sees. Center fielder Kaylee Hackett will look to come through in a big RBI spot. First pitch of the AB, high and away. Hackett enters hitting .339 this season. Has 16 RBIs. Good for second best of any Hornet. This one rolls foul up the third base line. Hackett sends it to left. Laying out, unable to make the grab is Fridley. 2 runs across, and Lynchburg cuts the deficit in half. Kaylee Hackett, her 2 RBIs, move her up to 18 on the season and make it 4-2. Hackett stands at second. Hodges ahead of her at third. The RBI double marks 4th double of the season for Kaylee Hackett, and it'll send Addison Walter to the plate. First pitch, located on the outside corner. Walter had a couple of errors in the top of the first, part of why the 4 runs, only 3 of which are earned, and they're all charged to the starter, Bree Carter. Rolled foul adjacent to third base. Samantha Martin already thrown 16 towards the plate. Obviously, pitch count a little different in softball than it is in baseball. But as much as Carter worked herself into an early jam, Martin, maybe not to the same extreme, but has herself in a tough spot here through the first inning. But with the fly ball to right field, Walter becomes out number 3. But Lynchburg, with a strong response, a 2 RBI double for Kaylee Hackett, puts it at a 4-2 score as we step aside and come back with the top of the second for Moon Field. Top of the second, both teams get runs across in the first. Eagles plate 4. Lynchburg responds with 2 of their own. And now, after sending 10 to the dish in the first, Bridgewater will have Hannah Mahan lead things off in the second, followed by first baseman Jasmine Smith, then the catcher Sarah Weimer. Mahan went down on strikes. That was the lone out recorded by the starter Bree Carter, whose line is now official into the third of an inning, giving up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, no walks, and a strikeout today for Carter. That led to Kaylee Dorsis coming on and trying to find the final 2 outs of the inning. Started off her appearance with a walk to Samantha Martin. Then an E6, fielder's choice, and another E6. Put the next 3 on, and then a strikeout brought to close the inning. Here the second starts. Clean defensive play made by Ashley Haley at second, and Mahan now 0 for 2. And today also marks a battle between 2 teams tied for first in the ODAC. Now, I say that obviously understanding 2-0, conference record for both sides. The sample size is very small, and it's actually 4 teams at the top of the ODAC standings as it currently stands today. We'll break that cluster a little bit. First pitch, located on the outside corner, and a called strike to Jasmine Smith. So in the walk-offs yesterday for Bridgewater, Brooklyn Fridley, game-winning single in Game 1. It was Jasmine Smith with the walk-off double in Game 2. Those are your 8-hole hitter in today's lineup card, donning the cape in Game 1, and then your 3-hole hitter, probably a little bit more what you would expect with the walk-off in Game 2. Nice pitch for Dorsis, attacking both sides of the plate. Now leads the count 1-2. And there are a handful of other games being played currently. Guilford taking on Eastern Mennonite, leading 7-4 at the top of the third. Ferrum out in front of Shenandoah, 2-0, top of the 5th. And Randolph plays host to Randolph-Macon. It's a 3-0 game, advantage Randolph in the top of the second. We'll continue to update you on all the action around the ODAC as today's action progresses. Still a 1-2 count. Smith, a sophomore from Amherst, Virginia, not too far away from Lynchburg. His time is called at the plate. Dorsis gets the signs from Hudnall, fires to the plate, gets a ground ball to Walter at short. The throw, just in time. Good hustle up the first base line for Smith, but all for naught. A pair of ground balls to the middle infield. Have Dorsis an out away from a 1-2-3 top of the second, and that'd be a strong bounce back for Lynchburg. Give up 4, but then you get 2 back. A 1-2-3 top of the second, tossed by your reliever. Helps get momentum more stabilized after a tough start in the first half inning. And out to discuss the last play with our first base umpire is third-year head coach Megan Pleskovic. And heads back into the dugout after receiving her answer. Sarah Weimer looks to extend the top of the second inning. It was a 2 RBI double last inning for Weimer. That opened up today's scoring. First pitch of the AB, a called strike. The 0-1 on its way. Just misses the outside corner. Talked about the current conference standings for both sides. Going back to the preseason poll, Lynchburg picked to finish second. No first place votes. Virginia Wesleyan got 9 of the 10. Roanoke received the other. And for Bridgewater, it was a pick to finish 5th in the conference. It's always interesting to look at those preseason polls and see how those preconceived notions shake or are reaffirmed. Deep drive, left field. Had the distance, but well foul off the bat of Weimer. Two's across the scoreboard. The 2-2 down and outside. Nice location there for Dorsis. Got to be careful when coming out a hitter of Weimer's caliber, especially after she showcased her pop a moment ago. Foul ball, but still put it on the plate. So Dorsis trying to nibble on that outside corner. Now on a full count. Leaves this one out over the middle of the plate on the inside corner. Drive to left field, and it just snakes past the left field wall. Sarah Weimer, a solo shot, makes it 5-2. Second home run of the season for Weimer. 8th of the season for Weimer. That is by far and away the most of any player for Bridgewater. And the RBI total up to 3 on the afternoon and 32 on the season. So Dorsis just caught a little too much of the plate on that last pitch. Weimer just enough to make Dorsis pay. Now it's Catherine Thomas returning to the plate. Climbs the ladder, chases, and swings for the first pitch she sees. Off speed. Dorsis leaves it outside. Popped up, it'll stay in the infield. A couple steps back, and Dorsis will take care of it herself. The seldomly seen P1. Good for out number 3. The solo home run for Sarah Weimer keeps the trend alive. Runs across in all 3 half innings so far. Eagles lead the Hornets 5-2 for Moon Field. Eighth homer of the season for Sarah Weimer. Season ago named to the ODAC third team all conference. And she has it at a 5-2 Eagles lead. Weimer responsible for 3 of the 5 runs to come across this afternoon. Lynchburg looking to do the same they did in the bottom of the first and come up with a response. It's 8-9-1, step to the plate. That's Grace Dooley, Ashley Haley, then the top of the order with Carly Hudnall. First pitch. This is outside. That marks the 20th pitch of the afternoon for Martin in that first inning. A pair of strikeouts, but also 4 hits given up by the Bridgewater starter. And you look at the stats coming into this contest. These two teams really are similar. A lot of offensive categories. Lynchburg a 298 team average. Bridgewater 297. The OBP right around the same spot as well. The Hornets 364. Eagles 356. This one rolled back to the mound. Martin fields her position and makes a throw to first to retire Dooley. And even the slugging percentage. Bridgewater 421. Bridgewater at 420. Or Lynchburg, excuse me, at 420. It's interesting to see all the offensive fireworks with all that information and how similar the two sides are. First pitch, the 9-hole hitter Haley, just below the knees. And all those numbers shake out to present an image of potentially not a great afternoon to be a pitcher. This pitch up and above the chest, and it makes it 2-0. Hitter's count for Haley. Martin falls behind 3-0. Just a 176 average so far this season for Ashley Haley. That's 6 hits through 34 ABs. 3-0 finds the zone and makes it 3-1. First of 2 to be played this afternoon, the 99th and 100th all-time meetings between the Hornets and the Eagles. 3-1, just off the inside corner. A patient approach for Haley pays off. And it's the first walk to be issued by Martin. Lineup card turns over, 1-on-1 down for Hudnall. Started last inning with a single, came around to score the first of 2 runs for Lynchburg. The bunt up the third base line, the throw to first just in time to retire Hudnall for out number 2. But the sac bunt does its job as Haley moves into scoring position at second. So the RBI chance falls to Lexi Powell. The right fielder is 0 for 1 so far this afternoon. Out in front of it, out to left field, and down for a base knock. Powell with a single. The throw to the plate, however, in time. And Haley tagged down for out number 3. No runs on the board for the first time this afternoon. Lynchburg knocked on the door, unable to come through thanks to this strong throw from left from Brooklyn Fridley. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the third. Bridgewater out in front of Lynchburg, 5-2. Top of the third inning, 5-2 your score. Bridgewater looking to push runs across for the third consecutive innings. Samantha Martin to lead things off. Pitcher versus pitcher matchup. Something that softball does do right in comparison to baseball. Hey, but Shohei Ohtani's getting it there. And we'll see that trend continue to change for baseball. But now Martin, then an official AB. She drew a walk, came around to score in the first. Takes on Dorsis. Ground ball to third, fielded by Cundiff. The throw across the infield is in time for out number 1. And Martin was the first to face Dorsis. And that means the righty reliever for Lynchburg has gone a full time through the lineup card, plus one more. She is now retired. Martin. And that full trip through the lineup card, Dorsis now tossed 2 complete innings, 1 earned run, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. They want to pitch to soft contact. It was a pop-up to the mound to end first full inning of action for Dorsis. But it was 2 ground balls back up the middle to start off the second, and then you see a ground ball to third. So Dorsis done a good job pitching to soft contact, letting her infield have her back. Annalise Franklin, officially 0 for 1. She reached on an E6 in the first inning. Pitch up and inside. Hitters count 2-0. Dorsis winds, fires. Just misses down and inside this time around. Count swells to 3-0. Franklin's a .273 average coming into this contest. No extra base hits so far this season. 3-0. I called strike 1 to make it 3-1. Dorsis looking to battle back in the count. Same pitch, same result. Count moves to 3-2. On deck is a left fielder, Brooklyn Fridley. Came up with a nice defensive play, and now Fridley will step to the plate with Annalise Franklin ahead of her on at first via the base on balls. Second walk issued for Dorsis, the first since she faced Martin the first time this afternoon. Fridley's 0 for 1. Reached on a fielder's choice. Lynchburg had to make a play at the plate. And retired Catherine Thomas trying to score in the bases loaded situation. Oh, 1, waved at a miss to make it 0-2. And if you're Dorsis here, you're looking strikeout or potentially ground ball double play. Way ahead in the count, Dorsis leaves this one outside. That is one of the biggest advantages to Dorsis' game so far this season. Not so much today, 2 walks to 1 strikeout, but for today, 36 strikeouts to 8 walks. And here, a second punch out in the afternoon for Dorsis. Fridley down for out number 2. So now it's 2 walks and 2 strikeouts this afternoon, updating those totals. About 38 strikeouts to 10 walks. 3-to-1 ratio. Take that any day of the week. First pitch to Avery Pinder, misses the zone. The center fielder for Bridgewater reached on an E6 as well in the first inning. Lynchburg and Kaylee Dorsis and out away from putting the first 0 in actually the Bridgewater line. In between swing, Pinder goes around. Count even at 1. So Lynchburg 3-4 when playing at home. Bridgewater 6-8 when playing on the road. And some of that just like Lynchburg has had over their recent schedule, you're taking on a gauntlet of a non-conference schedule. Sometimes those road games will bog down your record. Talking about Lynchburg, about games against number 2 Salisbury, number 4 CNU. Those all technically going to the neutral side of Lynchburg records. This one is down for a base knock and gets past the glove of Gracie Dooley. Throw goes to third, but not in time. It'll be a single and an E7. That moves Franklin all the way up to third and has Pinder safely aboard at second. Third error of the game for Lynchburg. Lynchburg team that came in with 33 errors on the season, a fielding percentage 94.7%, has had their issues here in game 1. First pitch, a called strike to Tori Shiflett, who's 1 for 2 this afternoon. Letter high, driven, foul up the left field line. And you can see solid attendance here at Moon Field. Everyone trying to stay warm. Talked about it in the open. It's a little bit of a brisk March Sunday afternoon. But that's not going to prevent parents and loved ones from coming out and supporting the Hornets, as well as checking out Bridgewater and taking in Military Appreciation Afternoon. This one makes its way all the way out to right center field. Second hit of the game for Shiflett. And it drives home 2 more. Bridgewater runs in every chance they've had at the plate. Now leads 7-2. Franklin and Pinder score on the play. And for Shiflett, becomes the 8th double of her season, and now has 14 RBIs on the year. First pitch is in for a strike to Mahan. Shortstop 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a groundout. Oh, 1, cut on, and sent into the glove of Hudnall to make it 0-2. Pitcher's count, Dorsis just misses off the outside corner. And now the 1-2 offering. Down below the knees. Count even at 2. Shiflett runs well at second, and with 2 outs in the inning, you're running on contact. Hit to the outfield. May well make it a 3-run top of the third. Dorsis looking for something different. Gets the fly ball out to left. Dooley ranges back and makes the grab for out number 3. Mahan, 3 chances to the plate, and 0 for 3 through the first 3 innings. But 2 more runs on the board for the Eagles. A 2 RBI double for Tori Shiflett makes it 7-2 as we head to the bottom of the third. 2 more runs put up by Bridgewater makes it 7-2. Lynchburg had an opportunity to get back in the scoring column last inning, but Lexi Powell with a 2-out single sent Ashley Healy around third, and a great throw coming from left field, and Brooklyn Fridley with a tag placed by Sarah Weimer, and Haley was tagged out for out number 3, and that brings us to Sophie Tully leading things off in the home half of the third. Tully 1 for 1 with a run scored. First baseman takes the breaking pitch outside. I talked to Sophie Tully about 2 weeks ago now. Asked her about her approach and what poised her for this big junior season that she's having, and she chases this pitch up and out of the zone. And she talked about being confident with her mechanics. She knows how to swing properly. Sure, there's times where, okay, I didn't use my backside enough, and my hands were a little late there, and swing path wasn't great. But those little tweaks, you can make some adjustments, and more so for Tully, it was diagnosing and finding trends against pitchers and trying to find edges in these very much one-on-one situations. As Tully lines this one out to first, and the catch is made by her counterpart, Jasmine Smith, for out number 1. Some solid contact for Tully. But she's now 1 for 2 on the afternoon, and Bree Hodges, a designated player, back to the plate. Hodges hitting just .206 so far this season, but a bat with an abundance of pop. A couple of doubles, pair of long balls as well, 8 RBIs all told for Hodges. Attacking the inside corner, Martin gets a called strike 1. Off-speed delivery, down and outside. And Samantha Martin looking for her first perfect inning of the afternoon. Gets a called strike 2. Even last inning faced the minimum +1, but gave up a walk. The single for Powell as well. So Martin's still trying to find her rhythm. Elevates. Gets a fly ball to center field, ranging back. Pinder makes a grab just in front of the warning track for out number 2. The wind primarily has been blowing out to center field, now subsiding a little bit and occasional gusts out towards left center field. Had Hodges hit that earlier on this afternoon. Be interesting to see how much further she's able to get with the wind distance. But all for naught. With 2 away, this one just stays fair up the left field line. It was close. Home plate umpire comes down and emphatically signals that it's a fair ball. And it's a 2-out single for Carly Cundiff. So hits in all 3 innings for Lynchburg. And Cundiff will take a few steps up the first base line. Next to the plate is Kaylee Hackett. A 2 RBI double. You see Hackett on your screen now. Now over to Cundiff up the first base line. And the coach up the first base line for Lynchburg, by the way, Mike Jennings. Longtime member of the Lynchburg coaching staff. Cundiff still on at first, and the first pitch to Hackett misses outside. This is a young Lynchburg team, and Hackett, another one of those young players, a lot of playing time. Sophomore, been an integral part of the middle of the order for Lynchburg this season. Hitting .339 on the year, up to 18 RBIs. OBP right around 350. Martin clips the outside corner. Count moves to 1-2. So now Hackett will have to battle Martin A pitch away from her first strikeout of the day. Hankett, it's just enough. Sends a foul ball up and over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. See Cundiff and Coach Jennings at first base. Another 1-2. Up and out of the zone. Weimer able to get a glove on it. Cundiff forced to hold it first. Slow roller back up the middle. Fielded it short by Mahan, who takes it to second by herself. 6 unassisted. Turns into out number 3. No runners left on for Lynchburg, and another 0 put up next to the Hornets line. We've made it through 3. Bridgewater out in front of Lynchburg, 7-2. Top half of the 4th inning. 3-4-5 come to the plate for Bridgewater. That's Jasmine Smith, Sarah Weimer, and Catherine Thomas. And Kaylee Dorsey stays on the mound for Lynchburg. First pitch of the frame, popped up, third base side, and just running out of real estate is Kaylee Cundiff. Make that Carly Cundiff, I beg your pardon. Smith back to the plate. Smith, to this point in the afternoon, 1 for 2. Single run scored in the first, then grounded out to short. Bridgewater plated 4 in the first, single run in the second, then 2 more in the third, looking to keep their offensive momentum on their side. Line to left, but straight to Dooley, who's there to make the grab. Three straight innings where Dorsis has been able to set down the leadoff runner. Still looking for her first perfect inning. We talked about that for Samantha Martin in the bottom of the third, facing the minimum +1 in that most recent inning for Martin, who, if Weimer or Thomas on deck reaches, we will see Martin return to the plate. Sarah Weimer has caused a lot of headaches so far for Dorsis and the Lynchburg pitching staff. 2 for 2, RBI doubled and a solo home run with 2 down her last time up. Dorsis speeds it up, finds the outside corner. And Weimer, one of the returning all-conference players from last year's Eagle squad. Third-team honoree. Brantley Swift, a pitcher, was on the second team. Samantha Hensley was named as the second-team first baseman, and second-team second baseman was Tori Shiflett, who was 2 for 3 this afternoon. Ground ball, left side, Walter. The throw to first, just in time. Nice scoop by Sophie Tully. Does it with more than just the bat. Walter to Tully, and Weimer retired for the first time this afternoon. And that has to be a play that feels really good for the sophomore Addison Walter. A couple of errors in the first inning, but since then, came up with a bang-bang play to retire Jasmine Smith in the second. And then that close play that set down Weimer. Cut on a miss. Catherine Thomas trails 0-1 to start the count. And just like any sport, confidence is a huge part of the mixture. And for Walter to come back after those 2 errors in the first and had no room to spare, setting down Smith in the second and Weimer a moment ago. Those are big plays. This one on a missile gets past Walter and into left field. Catherine Thomas now 2 for 3. And Dorsa still looking for her first 1-2-3 inning of work. 2 down, 1 on. Samantha Martin will return to the plate. 0 for 1 with a walk. Martin swings at the first pitch she sees, sends it back to the screen. Talked about it. Start of the broadcast, Military Appreciation Afternoon, Lynchburg, Virginia. One of the themed occasions, and brought that into what the Hornets softball squad is trying to accomplish today, but also a chance to bust out the digital camo unis. We also have a U.S. Army tent set up here on the first base side. And we recognized those who currently or previously have served in the armed forces before the game. Oh, 2 count, Dorsis. The chance to put a 0 next to the Bridgewater line for the first time today. Another foul ball. The battle continues between Martin and Dorsis. And Thomas will have to head back to first. Thomas in the season, 4 for 4 on stolen base chances. Another 0-2. Cut on and popped in and out of the glove of Carly Hundall. Bad break for Lynchburg. That means Martin with some newfound life. Still has a lot of work to do, trailing the count 0-2. And it's always tough as a pitcher. You see that potential final strike or final out to then come back, have to do it again. Can be challenging, but Dorsis able to do just that. Fly ball out to Powell in right, who's there to make the grab, and Catherine Thomas stranded at first. And for the first time this afternoon, Bridgewater held scoreless when they come to the plate. We're stepping aside as we have made it through 3.5. Eagles lead the Hornets 7-2. Seven, 8, 9 come to the plate for Lynchburg. That's Addison Walter, Gracie Dooley, and Ashley Haley. If any were to reach, see the top of the lineup, and Carly Hudnall step back to the plate for a third time. Samantha Martin stays on the mound for Bridgewater. Made it through 3, just the 2 earned runs, no strikeouts, 1 walk issued by the righty. Falls behind against Walter, 1-0. But then answers back with a called strike. Walter today 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field. Off speed. Drops just below the knees. Walter hitting .250 before today's doubleheader. It's 13 hits through 52 ABs. Hit softly foul, third base side. Walter, a product of Mechanicsville, Virginia, went to Hanover High School. Maybe 2 or so hours away from Lynchburg. Martin elevates. Walter lays off. Leadoff bat for Lynchburg in the fourth. Works the full the 3-2 count, I beg your pardon. Payoff pitch. Driven to center. Back to the wall. Avery Pinder has just enough real estate to retire Walter for out number 1. On a drive like that, again, I feel like I have to note, wind has subsided completely. No wind currently blowing at the moment. At the start of this game, it was strong gusts out towards center. And the what-if game can take you the rest of the way. Gracie Dooley, the left fielder, is 0 for 1. Left-handed bat takes the first one off the center of her back. Dooley appears to be okay. And is aboard at first. And for Lynchburg, trailing by 5. He'll take base runners any way you can get them. 9-hole bat and second baseman Ashley Haley. That an official AP. She drew a walk her first time to the plate. Showing bunt, pulling back, and taking the first pitch outside is Haley. And looking at the line right now, 7 runs on 8 hits for Bridgewater, 2 runs on 6 hits for Lynchburg. There's really not a whole lot of disparity in the hit column as the bunt is laid down. The throw to first, not in time. Infield single. Puts 2 on with just 1 down as the lineup card turns over once more. But to continue that point, now that's the 7th hit for Lynchburg, compared to 8 for Bridgewater. The real difference, 3 errors so far for the Hornets. And in specific, the 2 in the first led to a prolonged first inning for a combination of Bree Carter and Kaylee Dorsis. Slashed, foul up the third base line. Hudnall 1 for 1, laid down a sac bunt. Most recent time to the plate. Dooley runs well at second, hit to the outfield. May well get Lynchburg back in the scoring column for the first time since the first inning. Driven to center, Pinder, couple steps in and makes the grab for out number 2. So the 2 outs this inning have both been loud contact for Lynchburg, which you'd rather have hits, but there are some positives to take away from that. And specifically, since Hudnall works the 3rd time through the lineup card beginning, you start seeing these Lynchburg hitters, getting more and more comfortable working against Martin. 2 on, 2 down for Powell. Singled her last time up. 1-0, high and outside. Hitters count 2 balls and no strikes. Martin bounces back, locates on the outside corner. Two one, sent to left. Fridley there to make the grab for out number 3. The bottom of the lineup creates a chance for Lynchburg with Dooley and Haley both reaching, but nothing comes thereafter for the Hornets, who are held scoreless for the 3rd consecutive opportunity at the plate. Made it through 4, headed to the 5th. Bridgewater out in front of Lynchburg, 7-2. Leading things off for Bridgewater, Annalise Franklin will be followed by left fielder Brooklyn Fridley, who we just saw make the last out in the bottom of the fourth. And then it'll be center fielder Avery Pinder, who recorded the first 2 outs in the home half of the fourth. First pitch of the frame for Dorsis, in for a strike. Franklin 0 for 1. Drew a walker last time up. 0-1. Misses outside. So 2 teams coming off a doubleheader sweep. Star Conference play yesterday. A pair of walk-off wins for Bridgewater, who currently playing with a lead in Lynchburg. Had a couple of games where they had to overcome big first-inning deficits, get the job done. They also had a 6-5 win in Game 1 that went to extras. Only went to the 8th, but extra innings nonetheless. It's 2 teams that had to do a lot of work playing from behind or in tied games yesterday. A little bit of a different setting for Bridgewater, at least. Lynchburg trailing by 5 with 3 innings left to play. The first game of our doubleheader. Game 2 will get started right around 30, 35, 40 minutes or so after the conclusion of Game 1. You saw Coach Simmons on your screen for a moment, looking for win number 652 this afternoon. And talking more about that milestone for Coach Simmons. Taking Game 1 made Coach Simmons the first coach in ODAC history, which is widely regarded as a premier Division III conference across any sport. So if you're a head coach being a first of inside the ODAC, you're doing something special. Coach Simmons became the first coach in ODAC history, did the 650 win milestone, and 33rd coach overall to do it at the Division III level. So rarefied air for sure for Coach Simmons. Franklin reaches via the walk. Second time she's been able to do that this afternoon. Third base on ball is issued by Dorsis. The bunt goes up the third base line. Fielded by Cundiff. Strong throw to first with Haley covering the bag. But the bunt does its job. Franklin up to second. That's a 5-4 put out on the bunt for those keeping track at home. 1-on-1 down. Avery Pinder, center fielder, is 1 for 2 today. And before Pinder steps to the box, we'll have a courtesy runner out at second. Taking over in scoring position is Cheyenne Barlow, sophomore from Culpeper, Virginia. Slap approach for Pinder. Sends this one into the Lynchburg dugout. All is well. But a 0-1 count to start to the lefty. Pinder was hitting .315 before today's action got underway. In between swing, they'll say she went around, and the count moves to 0-2. A strikeout here would do wonders for Dorsis. Winner's the windup. Misses high and outside. See Kaylee Hacken straight away center field. The outfield for Lynchburg playing further in against the slap approach for Pinder. Another foul ball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Letter high and sent back to the screen. Both times Pinder has reached, it was through an E6 in the first, then a single, and then advancing to second on an E7. And I think that really speaks to the slap approach. And when you have a lot of speed, you hit from the left side, you're already a step closer up the first base line. The amount of pressure that puts on a defense to seemingly be perfect. Close miss for Dorsis. Counts at 2-2. But in specific, it's really easy to correlate that with the E6 from Walter in the first inning, as obviously Pinder gets out of the box Blazing quick. Got to be able to make the throw to first very quickly. That's exactly what Carly Cundiff does here. But with Cundiff playing so far in front of the third base bag, Barlow able to advance to third. A 5-3 put out. Good for out number 2. Lineup card flips over once again. Tori Shiflett to the plate for the 4th time already. Shiflett, second team All-ODAC last year. 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs so far in Game 1. First pitch, in for a called strike. Shiflett with a chance to make it 8-2. Turns on the letter high offering. You beat out in front of it too much, and count quickly at 0-2. Driven the other way towards right center field and over the head of Hackett. It one-hops the wall. Another extra base hit for Tori Shiflett. Barlow scores with ease. Eagles push their lead to 8-2. Third RBI of the game for Tori Shiflett, who is now 3 for 4. 2 doubles. Conference out on the mound in response for Lynchburg. The Hornets have surrendered at least 1 run to Bridgewater in 4 of the 5 innings. The Eagles have come to the plate, and Lynchburg will have a change on the mound. We'll step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for the Hornets. When we come back, you're watching Lynchburg and Bridgewater on LHSN. Angela Sparanteo answers the call out of the Lynchburg bullpen, and that brings a close to the end of the day for Kaylee Dorsis, at least for Game 1. There's obviously a possibility we see Bree Carter or Dorsis in Game 2. First hitter that Sparanteo faces is the shortstop, Hannah Mahan, who is 0 for 3 today. Been a lone bat for the Eagles that has yet to see the base paths so far this game. Today marks 10th appearance of the season for Sparandeo. 3rd out of the pen. It's a 1-2 record through 27 2/3 innings tossed. 11 strikeouts to 8 walks this year for Sparandeo. 2-1 count to Mahan. Middle infielder hitting .246 before today's play. Takes this pitch low and inside. First base is open on deck is Jasmine Smith, however. Going toe-to-toe with the ever-dangerous middle of the order for Bridgewater. Not a problem this inning for Sparandeo. We'll leave that for the 6th. As the line drive. Sent to first. Telly there to make the play for out number 3. But the damage done as Tori Shiflett picks up her 2nd RBI double of the game already. And Bridgewater makes it 8-2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Sophie Tully, Bree Hodges, and Carly Cundiff scheduled to come to the plate as we have made it to the bottom of the fifth inning. Lynchburg down to their final 9 outs, unless they're able to force extras, trailing 8-2. First pitch of the frame from Samantha Martin. Misses the zone. 1-0 count to start to Sophie Tully, who's 1 for 2 this afternoon. Single came her first time up. Two-0 pitch, lined the other way and foul. Just 62 pitches so far for Samantha Martin, so have to think plenty of gas left in the tank. Breaking ball. Sent to the same spot. And now it's 2-2 against Tully. Martin, a sophomore from New Jersey. Prior to today, been used heavily. Tossed an inning in Game 2 of the 8-7 win yesterday against Randolph. Threw 7 full. And Game 1 against Randolph. Here, Martin leaves it up and away. 3-2 now to Tully. And even 2 days prior, Martin pitched in both games of a doubleheader against Averett. So today marks, or at least in Game 1, it marks 5 consecutive games in which Martin has touched the circle. Leadoff walk issued to Tully. And Tully will have a runner take over for at first. That's Jordan Brown, junior from Clemens, Maryland. So with the leadoff runner on, chance for Hodges come through in a big spot. Lynchburg held scores over the last 3 opportunities they've had at the plate. First pitch of the at-bat, a called strike. Now walk issued by Martin, just the second base on balls given up by the Bridgewater starter. But it is interesting. Martin, 2 walks, no strikeouts. On the other side, Kaylee Dorse's 3 walks to 2 strikeouts, and that's someone with a near 3 strikeout to walk ratio. Both teams be able to put the ball in play, avoid strikeouts, and take advantage of favorable counts and draw walks as well. Hornets dugout. Going to fire up Hodges and looking to spark a rally as we get into the latter half of this contest. Count now 3-1. Hodges is 1 for 2. Flew on to center her last at-bat. Takes this one at the knees for a called strike 2. A 3-2. Lined, foul, left field side. Loud contact. But Martin able to pull the string on Hodges just enough. Ever out in front of it. We'll do it again at 3-2. Another payoff pitch. Just off the outside corner. Martin only had 1 walk issued so far before this inning got underway, and in the bottom of the 5th has started off the inning with a pair of walks. Pitching coaches will tell you leadoff walks come around to score 90, 95, 100% of the time. Varies coach to coach. Love to see what they say about back-to-back leadoff walks, followed up by some loud contact out to left. Nice play made by Brooklyn Fredley, and Cundiff retired on the first pitch she sees. Fridley's done a lot of good so far this afternoon for the Eagles. Looking at Fridley on the offensive side without a hit, but has laid down a sac bunt, also reached on a fielder's choice. And then talking about coming up firing to get the final out in the second. It was after a single from Lexi Powell. Fridley came up firing. The third of the plate was in time to retire Haley. Had a close play at home plate there. Ranging over to make the grab. This one, Fridley will not be able to get to. But due to Lynchburg runners being unsure if Fridley was going to get there, only one run scores, and it's just an extremely long single for Kaylee Hackett. Brown does come around to touch home plate. Lynchburg back in the scoring column for the first time since the first inning, and it's now 8-3. Hodges only able to advance one base. She's at second. And the RBI single for Hackett. Her third RBI of the day. As she had the 2 RBI double in the first. Now Lynchburg looking to have the offensive success continue to churn as we reach the 7-0 hitter and shortstop Addison Walter. 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts for the sophomore. First pitch swinging, pops it up behind home plate. Walter with 8 RBIs this season. Lynchburg looking to make a late comeback. Walter well out in front of the off-speed pitch. And it's now 0-2. Martin yet to have a strikeout today. This would be a great time for the first. Misses outside. Still a pitcher's count at 1-2. Hackett on at first. Ahead of her is Hodges at second. Another off-speed delivery. Gobbled up at third by Torona. Takes it to the bag herself and makes the throw across the infield. 5-3 double play. Holds the damage at 1 run across for Lynchburg. Crisis averted for the Eagles, who take an 8-3 lead into the top of the 6th. Angela Sparandeo retakes the mound, looking to get through her first full inning of work. We'll take on Jasmine Smith, Sarah Weimer, and Catherine Thomas as we have made it into the top of the 6th inning. Lynchburg gets a run on the board thanks to their center fielder, Kaylee Hackett, with her 3rd RBI of the contest. Now Sparandeo looking to put up a 0 next to the Bridgewater line for just the 2nd time this afternoon and keep momentum on the side of the Hornets. Jasmine Smith at the plate, 1 for 3. The hit, giving her first AB back in the first. Line drive, down for a base knock. Leadoff single. Smith has her 2nd hit of the game. And it's easy to apply this hindsight knowledge. Sparandeo might have pitched Smith differently had she come to the plate in the bottom of the 5th, but you look at the play Tully made to retire Mahan for the final out of that inning. And that held the damage at 1 run for Bridgewater. That feels like a big out that Sparandeo was able to corral. A nice play made by Tully. That means Smith doesn't come to the plate until we get here to the 6th. And you don't want to give up leadoff singles, but sure beats giving up RBI singles. Weimer's 2 for 3 today. Nice play made at third. Cundiff comes up firing. Makes the play. Carly Cundiff with a ridiculous 5-3 putout. Smith does advance to second, but my word, a tremendous defensive play results in out number 1. Runner on in scoring possession, 1 down. First pitch to Catherine Thomas, down to the dirt. Thomas is also swinging well today. The 5-hole hitter, 2 for 3, with singles coming in the 1st and the 4th. Popped up and out of play, first base side. Lynchburg has won 3 in a row against Bridgewater. Base knock, right center field. Smith scores with ease. Catherine Thomas corrals her 3rd hit of the game. Her first RBI. And Bridgewater gets the run back to give up at the bottom of the 5th. Push the lead back up to 6. It's now a 9-3 contest. Coach Simmons out of the third base dugout. Lynchburg will make another pitching change. We'll step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for the Hornets, who trail Bridgewater 9-3 on LHSN. It's Logan Curtis coming out of the pen for Lynchburg. Right-handed reliever. Gets her 4th appearance on the season. The ERA sits at 3 through 4 2/3 of action so far for Curtis. 8 strikeouts to 2 walks. And opponents hitting .286 against. The first hitter Curtis will face is Samantha Martin. First pitch misses the zone. Ahead of Curtis is Catherine Thomas on at first, who just picked up her first RBI on the day, driving home Jasmine Smith. And Bridgewater with runs across in 5 of the 6 chances they've had at the plate, and still knocking on the door here in the top half of the 6th. Martin still looking for her first hit. Has drawn a walk, but 0 for 2 to this point. Sends it back up the middle, and Walter unable to get to it. And Martin has her first hit of the game. Thomas moves up to second. Designated player Annalise Franklin returning to the plate. Franklin has reached all 3 times. Officially 0 for 1 as she reached an error in the first, and it's been back-to-back walks for Franklin. Curtis falls behind 1-0 once again. Most recent appearance for Logan Curtis, freshman from Virginia Beach, Virginia, was 2 scoreless innings, 12-0 win against Purchase State. Driven to left center field, Hackett back to the track, has it come out of her glove. Throw goes to the plate. Not in time. E8 allows Catherine Thomas to come around to score and make it a 10-3 Bridgewater lead. Also advancing 2 bases, Martin. She stands at third, and Franklin aboard with the 2-base E8. 4th error of the game for Lynchburg. I made this point earlier on in the broadcast as the first pitch is outside to Fridley. Left fielder's done a lot of good defensively today. Also been able to touch the base paths once. Also laid down a sac bunt her last time up. Curtis now falls behind 2-0. But looking at the lines for both teams on the scoreboard overlooking Moon Field, 10 runs on 11 hits for Bridgewater, 3 runs on 8 hits. There's really not that much of a disparity in the hit column. Those 4 errors looming very large and working heavily against Lynchburg. Hitters count. Curtis finds the zone, makes it 2-2. Down in the dirt. It gets away from Hudnall. Neither runner will try to advance. 3-2 the count now to the left fielder for Bridgewater. If Ridley reaches, Avery Pinder is on deck. Payoff pitch on its way. Just misses outside, and the bases are loaded for the Eagles. First walk issued by Curtis. Looking at the Lynchburg pitching staff as a whole, that becomes 4th walk issued. Conference on the mound as Coach Simmons wants to talk it over with Curtis and the rest of the Lynchburg infield. The day after Coach Simmons picks up career win 650. Hornets a little slow to start. Fall behind 7-2 after the 3rd. And where we are now, top of the 6th, 2 runs already across for Bridgewater. Eagles still knocking on the door and currently lead 10-3. Coach Simmons heads back to the third base dugout. And part of the reason for the conference is 1 down, bases are loaded. Are you trying to turn 2 up the middle? If it goes to the corner, so you're stepping on your bag and then making the throw to the plate, need a tag. Talking about where basically the throw needs to go in the spot. Corners play in. First pitch popped out, makes it out to left. Dooley charges in and makes the grab. And that is a huge second out to the inning. Just 1 pitch from Curtis, all that she needs to retire Pinder. Top the lineup once again. Shiflett, 3 for 4, 3 RBIs. Of the 3 hits, 2 doubles. This marks the first time that Shiflett has seen Curtis. Watch the first pitch in for a strike. Elevated offering from Curtis. Shiflett, before today's game got underway, held a .387 average. You got to think 3 for 4 to this point. Certainly knocking the door of that 400 mark. As Curtis misses downstairs. Another pitch missing low. Shiflett ahead in the count, 3-1. Bases are loaded, nowhere to put Shiflett. Curtis comes right at the leadoff bat. Finds the zone to make it 3-2. Runners will be in motion. That takes Lynchburg defense back to their routine depth, at least in the infield. Corners back off middle infield at traditional depth. This one line to left. Dooley once again there to make the grab for the final out of the top of the 6th. 8 come to the plate for Bridgewater. 2 come around to score, and the Eagles out in front 10-3 over Lynchburg. Bottom of the 6th inning, Lynchburg looking to answer back after surrendering 2 in the top half of this inning. To Bridgewater, it's 8-9-1 coming to the plate. First pitch to Gracie Dooley, down and away. Still Samantha Martin in the circle for Bridgewater. Tossed a full 7 in Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader against Randolph. Looking to do the same this afternoon. At this point in the game, Martin made it through 5+, giving up 3 earned runs, no strikeouts, 3 walks. Pitch count at 82. Dooley way ahead in the count, 3-0. We'll see if she has the green light here. Dooley takes this one on the outside corner to make it 3-1. It's an 0-for-1 day so far for the Hornets left fielder. Dooley hit by a pitch her last plate appearance. 3-1. Misses the zone. It's a 5-pitch walk to put Dooley on. As a leadoff runner, and Ashley Haley stepping back to the plate. Second baseman's 1-for-1, also drawn a walk. The at-bat starts with a called strike. Oh, 1. Haley turns on it, shoots it foul, third base side. Lynchburg did play to run last inning for the first time since the first. It was an RBI single from Kaylee Hackett, who is now responsible for all 3 runs that Lynchburg's driven in. 2 RBI double in the first for Hackett, then the RBI single last inning. As Dooley's on at first and Haley stands at the plate. Going back to the 4th, the 8-9 spots created an RBI and run scoring opportunity for Lynchburg. Here in the bottom of the 6th, Haley flies out to center. Avery Pinder covering a lot of ground. Comes flying in to make the catch for out number 1. Back to leadoff hitter Carly Hudnall. 1 for 2, also laid down a sac bunt. Slap hitter sends it back to the mound, off the body of Martin, then over the second baseman Tori Shiflett's head and into right field. A single moves Dooley into scoring position, has Hudnall on with plenty of speed at first. Lexi Powell, 1 for 3. The hit came in the second. It was a single. First pitch of the at-bat. Well off the outside corner. And it feels like at this point in the game, Lynchburg, down to their final 5 outs, there's no 7-run hit in play. Line drive to center field, and that one will take the air out of the tires, so to speak. Powell down for out number 2, but felt like Lynchburg, you get Dooley on to start off the inning, and you get the single from Hudnall. You just need to have a little bit of a hit parade. Put up a crooked number here, and you're right back into it, but it doesn't come with one swing of the bat. Instead, it needs to be one hit, another runner reaches for the walk, hit by pitch, whatever the case may be, and next thing you know, it becomes contagious almost. Runners reaching left and right, and the Hornets all of a sudden be right back into it. Tully sends this one off the glove of Martin as well, and into center field. A throw to the plate, not in time. Strong throw from Pinder. A throw allows the other runners to advance an additional base. RBI single. Sophie Tully makes it 10-4. Two runners on in scoring position. Hodges with one swing of the bat can make this a 4-run game. And furthermore, with one mighty swing of the bat can make it a 3-run game. Martin looking for a different result. Misses with the first pitch. Hodges 1 for 2, drew a walk last inning. Now a hitter's count at 2 balls and no strikes. Base knock for Tully. Garners the first baseman her 21st RBI on the season, by the way. Let her high, popped up on the outskirts of the infield dirt, and where it meets the outfield grass, the catch is made by Mahon for out number 3. 2 runners left on in scoring position, but an RBI single for Sophie Tully cuts into the deficit, makes it 10-4 as we head to the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, Logan Curtis needs a 0 to keep it 10-4. And we'll go toe-to-toe with 2, 3, 4 portions of the Bridgewater order. Hannah Mahan to lead things off, fouls off. First offering she sees. Freshman from Richmond, Virginia, went to John Randolph Tucker High School. Looking for her first hit of the game, 0 for 4 to this point. Takes this pitch down in the dirt. And Mahan is the lone player for Bridgewater, yet to see the base path so far. 2 balls and a strike to the shortstop. Count swells to 3-1. So Lynchburg's won 3 in a row against Bridgewater. Last time the Eagles took down Lynchburg was in Game 1 of a doubleheader in March of 2019, 5-4. Preceding that split doubleheader, It was 9 consecutive wins for Lynchburg, ranging from 2014 through April of 2018. All that to say, Lynchburg taking 10 of the last 11 meetings against the Eagles. Leadoff base runner for the Eagles. Mahan reached for the first time through the base on balls. Second walk issued by Curtis. Now Curtis sees Smith for the first time. First baseman for Bridgewater. It's 2 for 4. You see the blue skies and some of the extracurricular activities going on above Lynchburg. Settled into a beautiful day in Lynchburg. Just a little cold, if you're asking me, but also not an athlete in playing. Smith has her third hit of the game. Finds right center field. Rounding third, Mahan slides in safely. RBI double for Jasmine Smith. Makes it 11-4 Bridgewater. Mahan showcases a lot of speed, scores all the way from first. Smith has her 22nd RBI on the year. I know I've mentioned this in every inning as Bridgewater continues to put up runs on the board. How about run across in 6 or 7 chances at the plate? That type of consistency will go a long way. First pitch drops in for a strike to the catcher, Weimer. Weimer started a 2 for 2, 2 RBI double and a solo home run since then. Grounded it short, grounded out to third. Another bouncing ball to Walter at short. Couldn't field it cleanly initially. There was no throw to be made. It'll be ruled an infield single. Weimer was running hard out of the box. Also advancing is Smith, who stands at third. So runners to the corners, no outs. And Bridgewater sends the right fielder, Catherine Thomas, back to the plate. Thomas is 3 for 4. Most recent hit was an RBI single last inning. Tends to pick up another base knock, an RBI this time round. First pitch is in for a strike. Weimer takes off and takes second without a throw. So now no double play potential for the Hornets, barring something wacky on a line drive or something thereabout. Curtis again misses downstairs. But now a chance for Thomas. Hit to the outfield to potentially drive in 2. Line drive through to center. They'll hold Weimer at third. The RBI single. Second RBI for Thomas. 4th hit of the game for the right fielder. And that's now a 12-4 Bridgewater lead. As the lead grows to 8, Lynchburg will make another pitching change. Curtis has her day come to a close and hands off the softball. We'll step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for Lynchburg. When we come back, you're watching the Eagles and the Hornets on LHSN. It's Amela Clausen coming out of the pen for Lynchburg. Left-handed arm gives a different look to Bridgewater. Clausen, a sophomore from Fletcher, North Carolina. First hitter she'll face is opposing pitcher Samantha Martin. Runner takes off. Throw is cut off before it reaches second. Swipe back for Thomas. 2 runners on in scoring position. Still no outs for Bridgewater. Clausen attacks the outer half and sent to the stands up the first base line. And you see a fan. Comes away with a quote-unquote souvenir. The count is 0-2 to Samantha Martin. Today becomes the 3rd appearance of the season for Clausen. ERA sits at 2.33. This pitch rolls across the plate. Clausen with 1 strikeout to 1 walk. Only surrendered 1 hit. It was a home run, but opponents hitting just .091 against. Here the job for Clausen. Keep it at a 12-4 game. Get your offense back to the plate. Ground ball, right side. Throw comes home. And we'll have a good old-fashioned rundown between third and home. And Martin will take the chance as Weimer is tagged out to advance to second. So a fielder's choice has Martin aboard and moving up to second. Thomas now the runner at third as Weimer tagged out between third and home for out number 1. 4-2-5 put out as I saw it. 2 on 1 down now for Annalise Franklin. 0 for 2 for Franklin. She's reached on 2 errors as well as drawn 2 walks. Clausen elevates too much. Falls behind 2-0. Game 2 of the doubleheader will come to you right around 30 minutes after Game 1 concludes. Lynchburg will look for revenge. Bridgewater will look for a conference sweep in back-to-back days. Fly ball left field. Dooley makes the catch. Tagging up and scoring on the play is Catherine Thomas. RBI sac fly. First ribby for Franklin. The lead now at 13-4. Eagles out in front of the Hornets. Martin held tight at second. Hit to the outfield from Brooklyn Fridley, though. Could make it a 10-run difference. Fridley without a hit. Has drawn a walk. That came in her last plate appearance. Left on left. Slapped to short. Walter makes a throw across the infield in time for out number 3. Runner left on in scoring position, but 3 more runs come across for Bridgewater. All told, it makes it a 13-4 Eagles lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Bridgewater looking to take game 1 of our doubleheader. Samantha Martin stays out on the mound as the Eagles lead 13-4, and Lynchburg sends 5-6-7 to the plate. Carly Cundiff to lead things off, pops it up, first base side, and just out of reach for Catherine Thomas. So an 0-1 count to start to Cundiff. was 1 for 3. Her hit came in the third inning. Off-speed pitch, finds the zone. Count to 0-2. Martin looking for her second complete game in as many days. 0-2, fouled away. Cundiff gets just enough, fouls off another pitch. Do it again at 0-2. After Cundiff comes Kaylee Hackett, then Addison Walter. If any were to reach, we'll see the left fielder Gracie Dooley one more time. 0-2, up and out of the zone. Pitch misses high. Martin now has it at 2-2 after jumping out in front 0-2 against Cundiff. Golf the left. Back to the wall. Fridley there to make the grab. Hornets down to their final 2 outs. Kaylee Hackett 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Here in the 7th inning, starting to see a lot more off speed for Martin. She takes on Hackett for a 4th time this afternoon. Hitters count 2-0. Martin now misses high and away to make it 3-0. Right down Broadway, count 3 balls and a strike. Wind starts to pick up once again. Blowing out towards left center field. Hackett sends it to her counterpart Avery Pinder in center, who's there to make the grab for out number 2. With 2 away, Addison Walter back to the plate, looking to reach for the first time this afternoon, 0 for 3. Walter hit into a 5-3 double play her last time up. 1-1 count. Lynchburg fans in attendance not happy with that last call. Either team with a 1-2-3 inning so far. But Martin with the chance to get the first here in the bottom of the 7th. Letter high, popped up and out of play. Pause in the action. Home plate umpire addressing the Lynchburg dugout, unsure as to why. Potentially just in search of more softballs. Seen a handful of pitches fouled off and out of play. Breaking ball. This is outside. Three-2 with 2 away. Line drive to left. Over the head of Brooklyn Fridley. Throw goes into second. It's offline. It's a 2-out double for Addison Walter, and we continue to search for our first 1-2-3 inning on the day. Walter keeps Lynchburg's hopes alive as the Hornets try to mount the rally down to their final out. Walter on its second. Gracie Dooley to the left-handed batter's box. Dooley officially over 1. Seen the base paths twice as she was hit by a pitch in the 4th, then drew a walk in the 6th. First pitch. This is away. Dooley's a regular to the starting lineup today, marks her 12th start, 16th game played. The 2-0, and on the hands of Dooley, and fought off foul. Bridgewater defensively playing straight away against the left-handed bat. 2-1 from Martin. Drops down below the knees to make it 3 balls and a strike. On deck is Ashley Haley. Second baseman 1 for 2 for Lynchburg today. This bottom of the order is on their job, trying to create run-scoring opportunities for Lynchburg throughout this game. Ground ball to second, fielded by Shiflett. And the throw to first in time for out number 3, and we have reached our final score for Game 1. Walter stranded on at second base. Common theme that Lynchburg battled with here in the doubleheader, or Game 1 of the doubleheader, I should say. And the Hornets fall 13-4. We'll step aside and come back in about 30 minutes when Game 2 is set to get underway between Bridgewater and Lynchburg, coming to you on LHSN. Live from Moon Field, getting set for Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Lynchburg Hornets and the Bridgewater Eagles. Bridgewater takes Game 1 13-4 and now sit at 13-10 on the season. Meanwhile, Lynchburg 11-12 on the year, looking to bounce back and get that record to 500 by taking Game 2 of our Twin Bill. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. TJ Winger here with you. Run you through the starting lineups for both sides. Leading things off, Bridgewater on the offensive side. Second baseman Tori Shiflett, followed by the fellow middle infield partner Hannah Mahan, then first baseman Jasmine Smith, and in the cleanup spot, the catcher Sarah Weimer. They'll go toe-to-toe with Emily Charlton, who gets the nod in the circle for Game 2 for the Hornets. 9th start of the season for Charlton, 14th appearance. She's got 4 complete games, a 5-4 record. Tossed 56 2/3 innings so far this year, 40 strikeouts to 3 walks, and that is an awesome strikeout-to-walk ratio. And if you're Coach Simmons, you're looking for more of that stability after Game 1. The errors and a couple of free passes, more so the defensive errors, came back to haunt in that 9-run loss. So it's Charlton versus Shiflett to start her day. The count is at 1-1. Shiflett in Game 1, about 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs to go with it. Chop back to the mound. Charlton makes the throw to first and Shiflett down for out number 1 of the contest. We'll give you the defensive alignment for Lynchburg. The battery mate for Charlton is Carly Hudnall. And the infield from left to right has Carly Cundiff at third, Addison Walter at short, Ashley Haley starting at second again, Sophie Tully at first. And the outfield from right to left is Lexi Powell in right, Kaylee Hackett in center, Jordan Brown starting in left, and the designated player is Caroline Joy. Hannah Mahan takes the first pitch she sees in for a strike. Shortstop went hitless in Game 1, did draw a walk. Every player for Bridgewater in the batting 9 reached the base path successfully at least once. Charlton pulls the string, and Mahan loses the bat. Mahan flashes a smile. Had to find some extra grip, put the hands in the dirt. She trails in the count 0-2. Choke up on the bat as well. Charlton to the plate. Just misses off the outside corner. The count at 1-2. So Bridgewater, by taking Game 1, has their second win against Lynchburg since 2014. Hornets have taken 10 of the last 12 matchups. Looking to make it wins in 11 of the last 13 games against Bridgewater. Fouled away by Mahan. We talked about the team's overall records. Bridgewater now 3-0 in conference play, while Lynchburg 2-1. Southpaw winds and fires. This is off the outside corner. Good eye for Mahan. Works the count back to an even state at 2-2. Charlton, a sophomore, made 24 appearances as a freshman a year ago. Started Game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday at EMU. And in that game, 7 innings strong. 4 strikeouts, no walks. Just 1 earned run. Two again. Stays on the ground. Walter at short. Makes the throw across the infield for out number 2. Pair of ground ball outs to start the day for Emily Charlton. And in Game 1, neither team was able to corral a perfect 1-2-3 inning. Charlton, chance to do it in the first half inning we see in Game 2. Looking to break that up is Jasmine Smith. First baseman swung it well in Game 1 of our doubleheader. 3 for 5, scored herself 3 times. I think that speaks to the offense Bridgewater had rolling through the lineup card. And that on top of every player reaching the base paths at least once signals it wasn't just one player doing the heavy lifting. It was 1 through 9 contributing to that 13-run performance. Charlton leaves this one in the dirt. And Smith had the walk-off double in Game 2. Yesterday's doubleheader for Bridgewater against Randolph. Driven to right, back is Powell, and the catch is made in front of the warning track. And like that, we have our first perfect inning on the day so far. Smith completes the 1-2-3 start to the day for Charlton, and we will step aside, come back with the home half of the first, get our first look at the Lynchburg offense in Game 2. Home half the first inning. Lead things off for Lynchburg is the catcher, Carly Hudnall. She'll be followed by Lexi Powell and Sophie Tully, guaranteed here in the first. And if any reach, cleanup hitter in Game 2 is the third baseman, Carly Cundiff. You see the rest of the Lynchburg batting order on your screen. And they'll be going toe-to-toe with Bridgewater starting arm Erica Nelson, freshman from Lexington Park, Maryland. This marks second start of the season for Nelson. Third appearance overall in the area at 14.7. Nelson into the windup. Chopped foul by Hudnall. Count it 1-2. Ground ball, right side, picked up by Shiflett. The throw to first is in time to retire Hudnall. Take the chance to show you the defensive alignment for Bridgewater. Battery mate for Nelson is Sarah Weimer. In the infield from right to left has Jasmine Smith at first. Tori Shiflett making that play at second. Hannah Mahan back at short. Caitlin Torona manning the hot corner once more. Brooklyn Friedley is in left field. And then the rest of the outfield sees Avery Pidner in center and Catherine Thomas in right, with the designated player being Annalise Franklin. Lexi Powell went 1 for 4 in Game 1. Takes this pitch at the knees. Sent foul at the third base line. 1-2 the count. Nelson gets a fly ball to right. Over is Thomas. And the catch is made for out number 2. So talking more about Nelson's numbers this year. 3 1/3 innings tossed, 10 hits surrendered, 2 doubles allowed, no strikeouts, 3 walks issued. Opponents are hitting .476 against. So interested to see who that second starter and a doubleheader turns out to be. In for Bridgewater, it's Nelson, sent to right, laying out. Catherine Thomas flashes the leather and retires Sophie Tully for out number 3. Both sides go down in order, and we have quickly made it through the first inning scoreless from Moonfield. 4, 5, 6 come to the plate for the Eagles. That's Sarah Weimer, Catherine Thomas, and Caitlin Torona, who did not have her name in the batting 9 in Game 1, but slides into the 6-hole for Game 2. Second inning of work for Charlton. Starts the second with a called strike. Weimer put together a terrific showing in Game 1, 3 for 5, 3 RBIs. Came around to score twice as well. Weimer underneath this one. Pops it out to right. Powell makes a grab for out number 1. So 4 up, 4 down to start the day for Charlton. Counter that to Game 1 starter Bree Carter. Only retired 1 before she was pulled after facing 5 in the Bridgewater order. The other 4 that reached were through base knocks. First pitch swinging, back up the middle. Laying out is Haley, who won't get to it. And Catherine Thomas supplies this game's first hit. Thomas also put together an awesome Game 1. 4 for 5, 2 RBIs, make her 5 for 6 between the two games. Not bad for somebody who was hitting 286 before today's game. I'd say that average is on its way up. 1 on, 1 down. Third baseman Caitlin Torona to the plate for the first time all day long. Runner takes off, throw to second, in and out of the glove of Addison Walter. Otherwise, there might have been a play to be made there. Stolen base for Thomas. Gives Bridgewater a chance with a runner on in scoring position. Thomas now 5 for 5 on stolen base attempts this season. Charlton gets another ground ball. Haley fields at second. The throw to first is in time for out number 2. Torona back to the dugout. Moving up 1 base is Thomas. So Bridgewater knocking on the door of the game's first run. Left fielder and left-handed bat Brooklyn Fridley looking to come through in the early RBI spot. Fridley hitting .327 this season, 5 RBIs, chance for number 6 with this plate appearance. Charlton misses inside. Hitters count 2-0. Fridley 0 for 3 with a walk and a sac bunt. And Game 1 came up with a couple of stellar defensive plays. A couple of grabs on the run in front of the wall. Throw to the plate for out number 3. Here, ground ball to short. Fielding and firing as Walter to Tully. The 6-3 put out good for out number 3. And Catherine Thomas stranded at third as the first base runner on the afternoon. Through 1.5, still scoreless in Lynchburg, Virginia. Carly Cundiff, Caroline Joy, and Kaylee Hackett come to the plate in the bottom of the second. Erica Nelson retakes the circle. Second start of the year for the Bridgewater starter. Nelson starts the bottom of the second with a pitch down and inside. For Nelson, the start came very early on, back on February 28th. And a 7-6 loss. Nelson goes an inning and a third, giving up 4 earned runs in that stint. And today marks her first start ever since. She did have a relief appearance against Marymount in Game 2 of a doubleheader on the 22nd. Pitched 2 innings, giving up 3 earned runs. Ground ball, left side, the throw to first, not in time. Good hustle for Carly Cundiff in Lynchburg. Has their first hit of the day. For the first time this afternoon, Caroline Joy steps to the plate. Joy hitting exactly 300 on the season, couple doubles, couple home runs, 15 RBIs as well. First pitch swinging, sends it to left, and it's fair. It got past Friedley. They'll hold Cundiff at third, but a single from Cundiff followed by a double from Joy has Lynchburg knocking on the door with a chance to give us our first runs of the game. Third double of the season for Joy. RBI opportunity for Kaylee Hackett, who, if you were with us for Game 1, drove in all 3 for Lynchburg in Game 1. 2 RBI double in the first, RBI single in the latter half of the game. Hackett takes the first pitch she sees for a strike. So Hackett now with 19 RBIs this year, out in front of this pitch, and trails in the count 0-2. Nelson into the windup, ground ball through to left field. Throw is cut off at third, but Hackett with a wide turnaround first moves up and takes second. RBI single for Kaylee Hackett, and Lynchburg strikes first, leading 1-0. So with 2 ducks in scoring position, now it's an RBI opportunity for Addison Walter. So shortstop watches the first pitch for a strike. Nelson takes a moment. Now back into the circle. Nelson gets a pop up. Goes out of play first base side. Beg your pardon, third base side. Walter in Game 1 went 1 for 4. Hit came in her last time up. Coach Simmons talks with our home plate umpire. Unsure exactly what the change was. Perhaps courtesy runner over at third. And that is exactly the case. Running for Caroline Joy over at third is Skylar Sams. Chance for Lynchburg to try to take advantage with a productive out. Sams provides a little bit more speed than Joy, so fly ball to the outfield. Opens up the possibility for Lynchburg to make it 2-0. 2-2. Ground ball left side. Picked up by Torona. The throw to first is in time for out number 1. Two on, 1 down. Jordan Brown. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. Shows bunt. Pulls back. Watches the first pitch in for a called strike 1. Grounder sent to Mahan. Throw to the plate. In and out of the glove of Weimer. It looks like Sam slid in safely regardless. Now a throw to second. Not in time. And Brown stands safely at second with Hackett up to third. And Skylar Sam scoring on the play. Lynchburg leads 2-0. Be an RBI fielder's choice for Brown. So same scenario for Lynchburg. 2 on in scoring position. Ashley Haley, first AB of game 2. Haley has this pitch in on her hands, popped back up towards the circle, and the catch is made by Nelson for out number 2, and that is a huge second out. Now, if Bridgewater could get through this inning, holding damage at 2, that would work wonders for Nelson and get Bridgewater back to the plate with a chance to respond. Meanwhile, for Lynchburg, that second out detrimental. Now, to score a potential third or fourth run in this inning, they'll take a hit as opposed to a sac fly, maybe giving you the third run of the inning. Lineup card turns over, though. Carly Hundle back to the plate. Catcher 0 for 1 with the ground out to second. Hundle watches this pitch low. Slapped foul. 2 balls and a strike to the Hornet catcher. Bridgewater playing straight away against Hundle on that slap approach. Maybe cheating in a little bit is the left fielder, Brooklyn Friedley. Shading in a little bit. 2-1. Throw up the third base line in time. Snap throw from Weimer. Tag applied by Torona. And Hackett wiped off the base pass for out number 3, but Lynchburg gets 2 across and leads 2-0 as we head to the top of the third. Top of the third inning, 8-9-1 coming to the plate for Bridgewater. That's Annalise Franklin, Avery Pinder, then the top of the order with Tori Shiflett. Emily Charlton looking to get through her third inning of action. Faced the minimum in the first inning, minimum +1 in the second. Bridgewater hoping that trend continues, and that leads to more base runners on and a chance to get the 2 runs back. Charlton instead, we're going to stay dialed in. Put up another 0 next to the Eagles line. Charlton out in front, 0-1 to Franklin. Now missing down and outside. Franklin moves down a spot in the order. Went 0 for 2. Drew 2 walks, had an RBI as well in game 1. 1-1 in the dirt, blocked up by Hudnall. Count moves to 2-1. Sent back up the middle and through to center field. Leadoff bat leads to a single for Bridgewater. Eagles looking to get into the scoring column for the first time in Game 2. Even the fact the Eagles have already had 2 zeros put next to their board is progress in and of itself for Lynchburg. Bridgewater in Game 1 scored in all but 1 inning at the plate. So Bridgewater held scoreless twice already in Game 2. Looking for that trend to snap. Showing bunt. And jabbing through the first pitch is Avery Pinder. Franklin on at first. On the season, 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts. Corners playing well in. Pinder fouls the bunt attempt off. And now an 0-2 count. Bunt more than likely off the table. And with the infield lined up as it is, soon to see if Franklin might want to test. 0-2. This is outside. The reason I say that is just middle infield creeping in. A little bit more ground to cover to try to get to the bag at second. 1-2. Slap foul. Pinder, a .315 hitter before today's doubleheader. 1 extra base hit, 4 RBIs. Another 1-2. Shot to left. Back to make the grab, Jordan Brown. The nice grab for out number 1. Lineup card turns over, 1 on, 1 down for Shiflett. Second baseman grounded out to the mound, her first AB. And including what she did in Game 1, Shiflett now 3 for 6 with 3 RBIs today. A big cut. Shiflett comes up empty. Wind picking back up. It was on again, off again throughout Game 1. Currently blowing to straightaway center field. Certainly advantage for hitters to try to take advantage of. Currently about 47 degrees in sunny Lynchburg, Virginia. That feels like right around 40 degrees. The 0-2 from Charlton. Ground ball to Walter. Throw to second in time. No relay to first. Fielder's choice takes Franklin off the base paths and gives Lynchburg out number 2. Shiflett, now the runner on at first. And Shiflett comes with plenty of speed. On the year, though, 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts. Hannah Mahan returns to the right-handed batter's box. Out in front of the first pitch she gets. Mahan grounded out to short, her first AB. That ground out makes the Bridgewater shortstop 0 for 5 through the 2 games. And here Mahan behind on the fastball from Charlton. Left the over to pump it past Mahan. And now, great spot for Charlton to find herself in. 0-2, 2 outs. Really keep your hitter on their toes. Charlton again tries to attack that outside corner. The 1-2. Sent to center. Ranging back. Catch is made by second baseman Ashley Haley. And Mahan becomes out number 3. 1 runner left on for Bridgewater. The second consecutive inning. And Lynchburg puts another 0 next to the Eagles line. We made it through 2.5. Lynchburg out in front of Bridgewater 2-0. Bottom of the third, Hornets lead the Eagles 2-0. You're watching this contest on LHSN. It's TJ Wingert here with you. Lynchburg sends the top of the lineup to the plate to get things underway in the home half of the third. Carly Hudnall swings to the first pitch she gets. Catcher was at the plate at the time of the final out. Kaylee Hackett was tagged out up the third base line. You seldomly see those snap throws lead to outs, and even more rare that they're up the third base line. But with Hudnall, left-handed bat at the plate, a little bit of a clearer line of sight for Sarah Weimer. Then put down a perfect throw up the line, and the tag was applied by Torona. Grounder to short, and Mahan will have to eat it, not make the throw. Infield single for Carly Hudnall. Fourth hit already for Lynchburg. Showing bunt, Powell pops it up behind the plate. Catch is made by Weimer. The throw to first in time to double off Hudnall. And how quickly this inning has a very different complexion to it now. The double play takes the runner off the base paths, and now Nelson an out away from facing the minimum in her third inning. Sophie Tully flew out on the first pitch she got. Her prior at-bat. So officially 0 for 1 with a fly out to right. Sent to first. Smith fielded it on the bag. 3 unassisted. Tully now 0 for 2, and Nelson makes it through the third by facing the minimum. We're stepping aside and come back with the top of the fourth. Lynchburg leads Bridgewater 2-0. Top of the fourth, Jasmine Smith, Sarah Weimer, Catherine Thomas coming to the plate for Bridgewater. The Eagles looking to break through in the scoring column. Have a couple of hits against the starter, Emily Charlton. Lefty set, first pitch of the frame, misses away. Charlton now midway through her second time against the Bridgewater lineup. Charlton's tossed 37 towards the plate. Made it through 3 innings. No walks, no strikeouts, and no earned runs against. Smith swings over the 1-0. Count even at 1. It was 40 strikeouts to 3 walks. Part of the start for Charlton, someone who has great command of the strike zone. You've seen that on display today. Bridgewater been able to jump out early in counts. They've been trying to put the ball in play as opposed to working longer ABs. Not that one approach is wrong and the other is right, but Bridgewater, the focus has been on, you see a pitch you like early in the count, jump on it, as opposed to, hey, let's wait, and then you get into a spot where, hey, maybe you're down in the count 0-2, 1-2, and that sets up a strikeout opportunity for Charlton. So I think that's part of why the strikeout numbers for Lynchburg pitching staff, even in Game 1, are down a little bit. As Powell in right field, there to make the grab, and I think Jasmine Smith 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts to right today. Sarah Weimer was leadoff bat in the second. Also flew out to right field. cleanup bat, had her 8th home run of the season in Game 1. Just able to eke it up and over the left field wall. See the dugout for Lynchburg, including Coach Simmons, 651 career wins. Yesterday became the first coach in ODAC history to reach the 650-win milestone. Can't sing Coach Simmons' praise enough. Graduated the University of Lynchburg back in 1997 and her 24th year leading this Hornets team. 2-0, outside. 3 balls, no strikes to Weimer. Quick trip to the mound and a conference between Hudnall and Charlton. Maybe discussing what they want to do here on the 3-0. You got to be careful when trying to come at Weimer because, as we said, 8 home runs this year, certainly a bat you have to respect. And I wonder if this is a spot where catcher, maybe not the most fleet of foot, let's go unintentional, intentional walk here and avoid a catastrophic mistake. 3-0. Finds the outside corner, and maybe we'll have a battle here. Charlton deals down in the dirt, and it's a 5-pitch walk to put Weimer on at first. First walk today issued by Charlton, just the 4th of her season. That puts the strikeout to walk ratio at 10-1. So even with the base on balls and no strikeouts so far for Charlton, that ratio is a very healthy spot. Right fielder Catherine Thomas, 5 for 6 between the 2 games. Takes the first pitch in for a called strike. Thomas was hitting .286 before today's doubleheader. Also picked up a stolen base while on the base paths in the second. Thomas turns on it. Deep drive, left center field, and it clears the wall. Have a day, Catherine Thomas. 2-run shot. Bridgewater ties it up 2-2. The Eagles are fired up. For Thomas, that becomes her first home run of the year and RBI 2 and 3. Base paths cleared, 1 down. Next up in the lineup is Caitlin Torona. Charlton looking for a bounce back out. Misses inside. It's always interesting to see how a pitcher responds to giving up the long ball. (1-0) sent to third. Nice recovery for Cundiff, and the throw is in time to retire Torona. One third baseman grounds to another. Next up, left fielder Brooklyn Fridley. Left-handed hitters 0 for 1 with the ground out to short. First pitch swinging, back up the middle, laying out. Haley unable to get to it. Fridley. It's the 2-out base knock and prolongs the top of the 4th. Two teams now even on the scoreboard, not only in the scoring column, 2-2, but also in the hits category, 4 apiece. Annalise Franklin, designated player, 1 for 1 with a single. First pitch results in a called strike. First home game for Lynchburg in quite some time. Overall, it becomes the 4th home doubleheader this year as Charlton well out in front, 0-2. The first 3 doubleheaders come in February 12th, 19th, and 20th. It's William Peace Methodist and Averett, respectively. That was the last time Lynchburg played at home. We're now final days of March. Check swing and a foul ball coming from Franklin. Let's do it again at 0-2. And each of those 3 doubleheaders, I believe I mentioned, Lynchburg split it 1-1, and that's what the Hornets are looking to do today. Runner takes off. The throw to second. Misses shortstop Walter, backing up the play as Haley. Pitch to the plate was a ball. So now an RBI opportunity for Franklin. Will have to battle as she trails in the count 1-2. If Franklin reaches, on deck is the center fielder Avery Pinder. 1-2 sent to Walter. Throw to first is in time for out number 3. Our runner left on, but Bridgewater gets 2 across thanks to the 2-run shot and first home run of the year from Catherine Thomas. That ties us up 2-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning, Lynchburg looking to respond after the Eagles plate 2 in the top half of this inning. Erica Nelson back out to the plate or to the mound. First pitch, she throws. Carly Cundiff jumps all over. Solo home run. Lynchburg retakes the lead, 3-2. Cundiff now 2 for 2 on the game. And you could tell she liked that pitch coming out of the hand of Erica Nelson. It's tough as a hitter. Sometimes you see a pitch coming in and you want to get all over it. You jump out too far out in front of it. This time, Cundiff just enough patience and tallies her 2nd home run of the year and up to 11 RBIs on the season. Strong response for the Hornets as Coach Simmons comes out of the dugout. This is scheduled to be Caroline Joy at the plate. And it will be Joy at the plate. Joy picked up a double her last time up, then came around to score the 2nd of 2 runs across in the bottom of the 2nd. One-0. Hit hard to third. Torona, after fielding it off her body, recovers and makes the throw to first. So there it's Torona. In the top half of this inning, it was Carly Cundiff retiring, ironically enough, Torona on a ground ball over to third, and both times the third baseman didn't field it cleanly initially, but stayed with it, and that can obviously be tough to do in softballs. The base paths are a little shorter, and runners with good speed, it's tough to make that play as is, let alone if you don't field it cleanly. But good jobs from Cundiff and Torona throughout here in the 4th. Being able to stay calm and composed, know the scouting report, who's running up the line. And because of that, instead of trying to force the issue, it's nice defensive plays. And here's another coming from Torona. Laying out, and Hurley Hackett will have to head back to the dugout after a tremendous play for the Eagle hot corner. Torona laying out. Flashing the leather against consecutive hitters. Addison Walter looking to keep the inning alive. Takes the first pitch upstairs. Lynchburg shortstop 0 for 1 with a ground out to third. Pitch crosses by at the knees to put the count at 1-1. Next pitch, high and inside. Walter hitting .250 on the season. OBP at .264. Hard hit to short. Fielded by Mahan. And the throw to first is in time. Leadoff solo home run from Carly Cundiff. Then nothing after against Erica Nelson. Lynchburg retakes the lead 3-2 thanks to Cundiff. Top of the fifth inning, Lynchburg leads Bridgewater 3-2, with the Eagles sending 9-1-2 to the plate to go toe-to-toe with Emily Charlton, who is one hitter away from completing her second time against the Bridgewater lineup. First pitch to Avery Pinder is down and inside. The center fielder for the Eagles 0 for 1 with a fly out to left. Pinder hitting from the left side with that slap approach. Lynchburg mostly playing straight away with the infield crashing in. Sent to short, Walter can't field it cleanly. And as we were talking about, through the fourth, with nice plays coming from the third baseman, Cundiff and Torona. Understanding who's running up the line is a big part of knowing, do I need to rush this throw off or do I have time to recollect myself? And here, with Pinder running up the line, Walter had to field it cleanly on the first attempt, unable to do so. E6 has the leadoff hitter aboard. Lineup card flips. Tori Shiflett back to the plate. Showing bunt. Taking it back. Pitches a called strike. Runner takes off. The throw to second. Initially in time, but the throw popped out of the glove of Walter. So the field umpire changes his call, and Pinder is safe at second. 10th stolen base of the year for Avery Pinder. Now 10 for 12 in stolen base attempts. Breaking the action as the umpires will come together and discuss what they saw in that last play. From my vantage point, the throw did beat Pinder, which is really impressive from Carly Hudnall, coming up and delivering a strike down to second. And they will stick with the call that Pinder is safe at second. And as it did pop out of the glove of Walter, feels like it should be the right call. So a runner on in scoring position with plenty of speed. Bridgewater looking to tie it up once more and potentially take their first lead in Game 2. Shiflett's 0 for 2. Head into a fielder's choice her last time up. Sends this one foul up the third base line. Shiflett was stellar in Game 1, 3 for 5, 3 RBIs, and has the chance to come through in a big spot. And if she does, and Pinder scores, it'd be RBI 16 of her season. Lined to center field. Hackett lays out, deflects it. Pinder will score with ease, but because of Hackett's efforts, it's just a single for Torrey Shiflett, but the Bridgewater second baseman makes it 3-3 with the RBI single. That will be an unearned run against Emily Charlton as Pinder reached on the E6. Trip the mound for Coach Simmons. And a huddle around the circle. Next scheduled hitter is Hannah Mahan. And Coach Simmons working on the glove of Addison Walter. Walter, all told today, has 3 errors, 2 in Game 1, 1 so far in Game 2. And then, of course, the stolen base for Pinder comes as a result of the throw from Hudnall, popped out of the glove of Walter. And Coach Simmons now heads back to the dugout. A quick conversation with our home plate umpire along the way. So it'll be Charlton versus Mahan, the shortstop 0 for 2. The ground out and a pop out to second. Bunt laid down, back to Charlton. The throw to first is in time with Haley covering the bag. 1-4 put out for those keeping track at home. But the sack bunt moves Shiflett into scoring position at second. And Shiflett, like we talked about with Pinder, a runner with good speed, a hit to the outfield may well put another run on the board for Bridgewater, and it would give the Eagles their first lead in Game 2. So Bridgewater scoreless for the first 3 innings after being held scoreless just once in Game 1, scoring runs in 6 of their 7 chances at the plate. Eagles offense reawakens. We're tied up 3-all. The runs for Lynchburg, 2 across in the bottom of the second, 1 across in the bottom half of last inning. Solo home run from Carly Cundiff. Runs for Bridgewater, 2 in the 4th, 1 so far here in the top of the 5th. Big cut, Smith comes up empty. The sack bunt sets up a spot where you get to the Bridgewater 3-4 part of the lineup. Jasmine Smith followed by Sarah Weimer, barring a double play. Smith 0 for 2, 2 flyouts to right. But had the walk-off double in Game 2 yesterday against Randolph, and a player that, with one swing of the bat, can completely change how you look at a game. Charlton winds, fires, laying out. Cundiff with a nice play. The throw to first in time. Carly Cundiff had a web gym play in Game 1, and hey, let's make it a second in Game 2. Massive second out to the top of the 5th. That returns Sarah Weimer back to the plate, the catcher. 0 for 1. Drew a walk, came around to score her last time up. Charlton on the other side. Looking to hold the damage at 1 run across. Keep it at 3-3. Bring the offense back to the plate. Lynchburg will send 8-9-1 to the dish. Pitch is down in the dirt. Hudnall couldn't block it up. Wild pitch. Moves Shiflett up to third. One count to Weimer. Charlton elevates. Misses outside. Talked about the 8 home runs last time. Weimer was at the plate. That goes on with a .458 average. 32 RBIs on the year as well. Sent to center. Catch is made by Hackett for out number 3. Shiflett left stranded at third, but the second baseman with the RBI single ties us up. 3-3 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Jordan Brown, Ashley Haley, and Carly Hudnall scheduled to the plate here in the bottom of the fifth. Brown swings the first pitch she gets. Torona fields at third and throws to first for out number one. So it was a solo leadoff home run from Carly Cundiff to start off the bottom of the fourth. Since then, 4 in a row set down by Erica Nelson, who has now traveled through 4 1/3. And this does mark, by far and away, the longest appearance of the season for Nelson. Her prior longest tenure on the circle was 2 innings in her last appearance against Marymount. Ashley Haley 0 for 1 with a pop out to Nelson. 0-1, rolled foul, third base side. That pitch just the 42nd tossed by Nelson through 4 1/3, giving up 300 runs, no strikeouts, and no walks. And it's interesting to see both pitching staffs having strikeouts be so few and far between. So wind picks up and is now blowing out towards left center field, where both home runs have gone here in game 2. 1-2, high and away. Another foul ball off the bat of Haley. Do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. As it stands right now, Lynchburg 3-4 when playing on Moon Field. Looking to get back to 500. This pitch well inside from Nelson. 3-2 now to Haley. Also, Lynchburg with a win can get back to 12-12 on the season. Bump up to 3-1 in conference play. Bridgewater looking to make it 4 consecutive wins after sweeping Randolph yesterday and taking game 1 this afternoon. Haley climbs the ladder, sends the pitch to third, and Torona with another nice defensive play. Consecutive 5-3 putouts against the 8-9 hitters, and there's 2 down for Lynchburg. First pitch on the way to Hudnall. Down and outside and rolls all the way to the backstop. Hudnall 1 for 2. The hit came her last time up in the third. Slap back to the circle. Nelson tosses to first complete. Her second 1-2-3 inning on the afternoon. With the Hornets down in order, we've made it through 5. Tied up 3-3. Three runs on 5 hits for both teams. If we have made it to the top of the 6th inning, it'll be Catherine Thomas, Caitlin Torona, and Brooklyn Fridley coming to the plate. And if any reach, we'll then see Annalise Franklin. Still Emily Charlton in the circle for Lynchburg. Gets a ground ball to short. Walter couldn't handle it initially, and the throw to first not in time. It'll be ruled an infield single for Thomas. For the third time in 4 innings, Bridgewater has the leadoff runner on. Caitlin Torona has been stellar in the field, but 0 for 2 at the plate, looking to turn around her day offensively, pick up her first hit of the doubleheader. Shows bunt, pulls back. First pitch misses downstairs. Torona before the doubleheader, hitting .227 in the season. Foul ball up the third base line, moves the count to 1-1. Charlton toes the rubber. Again showing bunt. Torona takes another pitch. Low for ball 2. Typically what you'll see pitchers try to do, baseball and softball alike. If someone's going to show bunt, you try to elevate, get the hitter underneath it, get the pop up, and we already saw one bunt attempt go wrong. It was against Lynchburg, and it led into a double play. Not showing bunt. Instead, deep drive, left center field. Hackett over and makes the grab just in front of 1, the warning track, and 2, Jordan Brown. Great range on display for Kaylee Hackett. And Torona, now 0 for 3, becomes the first out of the 6th. One-on-one down for Brooke and Fridley. Fridley had the walk-off hit in Game 1 yesterday. Sends this one to Charlton, who throws to second. 1-6 fielder's choice. Yes, 1-6 fielder's choice. Apologies for my delay. That will take Thomas off the base paths and instead put Fridley on at first. And with 2 away, Franklin looks to extend the top of the 6th. First pitch to the designated player, misses the zone. Franklin's 1 for 2 in Game 2 of our doubleheader. That puts Franklin at 1 for 4 overall in the day. Also drawing a pair of walks, had an RBI in Game 1. Hitters count 2-0. Franklin in the 8th spot of the order. If she reaches, Avery Pinder is the bat on deck. Charlton misses high. Count inflates to 3-0. Charlton with no strikeouts, 1 walk issued. Starting to see that strikeout to walk ratio even out. Now it's 40 strikeouts to 4 walks, so still in a great spot, but in jeopardy of surrendering her second walk, which Charlton does indeed put Franklin on via the base on balls, and Fridley moves up into scoring position at second base. We will get to see Pinder versus Charlton one more time. Charlton has a quick chat with catcher Carly Hudnall. This is a place here where I think Hudnall's probably putting the emphasis on. This is the 9-hole hitter. She's got an average over 300. But you don't want to see the top of the lineup come back to the plate and face you for a 4th time with runners on in front of them in a tie game 3-3 with not much softball left to be played. In between swing, Pinder trails in the count to start 0-1. And some of that conversation might have also been discussing how you want to attack the slap approach. Sent to third. Cundiff. The throw to first, just in time. A bang-bang play up the first base line, and Lynchburg gets through the jam and puts a 0 next to the Bridgewater line to keep it 3-3 as we step aside and come back with the bottom of the 6th from Moon Field. Bottom of the sixth inning, Lynchburg sends Lexi Powell, Sophie Tully, and Carly Cundiff to the plate, looking to break the 3-3 tie. It's still Erica Nelson out on the mound, coming off a 1-2-3 bottom of the fifth. First pitch to Powell, rolled foul, third base side. Next pitch from Charlton, skips across home plate. Lynchburg with 2 runs across in the bottom of the second, then 1 more in the bottom of the fourth. The even numbers here in Game 2 have been kind to Lynchburg, and if you're a Hornets fan watching, you're hoping that continues here in the home half of the sixth. 2-2 count to Lexi Powell. Right fielder gone 0 for 2, flew out to right, and we mentioned in the top half of this inning, pitcher's trying to pitch up in the zone against hitter showing bunt, and that was exactly what happened to Powell. Popped it up. Catcher Weimer made the play and the throw to first, and here Powell goes down on strikes for out number 1. Erica Nelson putting together the best performance in her career. And has the game's first strikeout. How about no walks to this point for Nelson? In between hops, sent to short. That's a tough play to be made for anybody but Mahan. Watch this hit number 6. Put on the board and correction. They're actually going to call that an E6 right against Mahan. Tully on at first. One on, one down, and Carly Cundiff, 2 for 2. Before Cundiff can step to the plate, we will have a courtesy runner at first. This is Sarah English hitting the base paths or running for Tully. Cundiff looking to keep her bat hot. Moved up into the cleanup spot here for Game 2. In Game 1, Cundiff hitting in the 5-hole. And here in Game 2 is a single and a run scored in the second, then a solo home run in the fourth. English takes off, the throw to second, not in time. So now Lynchburg with a chance. With English standing in scoring position, their hottest bat in Game 2 at the plate. Cundiff hits it hard to third. Toronto fields, throw to second. The tag not applied in time. Fielder's choice has Cundiff safely aboard at first. Nice play for Toronto. Able to stretch out the arm and handle the high chopped ground ball. So now 2 runners at the base paths. Caroline Joy had a double her first time up, then grounded out to third. First pitch on the outside corner. Count starts at 0-1. Joy underneath the next pitch. Skies it. It'll stay in the infield. Catch is made by Shiflett. A big second out to the bottom of the sixth. Now pressure falls to the shoulders of sophomore Kaylee Hackett, who had 3 RBIs in Game 1. Has 1 so far in Game 2. That RBI base knock was back in the second. Last time up, it was a pop out to third. Sent to short, snagged by Mahan, who makes up for the error earlier this inning, and Bridgewater, despite 2 runners being on the base pass, puts a 0 next to the Lynchburg line and makes it 3-3 as we step aside and come back at the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, Emily Charlton will go toe-to-toe with top of the order for Bridgewater for a 4th time. Tori Shiflett, Hannah Mahan, Jasmine Smith scheduled to play. First pitch of the 7th is outside. Shiflett had a big RBI single on top of the 5th. That's what brought us to the 3-3 score that we're at now. Just get a look at the Lynchburg dugout. Unsure if those are quote-unquote rally caps, late game heroic wear. Looks cool. I'd wear one. I'll have to talk to Coach Simmons about getting me a pair. We'll get a camera in here and we can all enjoy the apparel that Lynchburg has brought to the field today. The 1-1 down in the dirt. With the RBI single under her belt, Shiflett is 1 for 3 in game 2. The 2-1 comes her way. Chop to third. Cundiff, the throw, pulls Tully off the bag, but tag applied, and Shiflett retired 5-3. Hannah Mahan back to the plate, laid down a sac bunt. Her last plate appearance, 0 for 2 overall. The shortstop made a nice defensive play at the very end of the bottom of the 6th. Caught a missile coming off the bat of Kaylee Hackett. There you see Hackett. And softball, a really unforgiving sport. If that line drive was sent in just about any other place, you're talking about Lynchburg potentially trying to close it down here in the top of the 7th because it's an RBI base knock for Hackett. Instead, it was sent right to the shortstop, Mahan, who's now at the plate. 2-0 count. Charlton fires a strike to make it 2-1. And you look at this top 3. You could even look at the top 4, the Bridgewater order this game compared to last. Foul ball off the foot of Mahan. But the top 4 for Bridgewater in game 1, 3 players went 3 for 5, and Mahan went 0 for 4. Here in game 2, there was only 1 hit combined between the top 4 of the order to this point. It was the RBI single from Shiflett in the 5th. So an impactful hit, but the offense has been few and far between for the top of the order. Pitch up and out of the zone. 3-2 now to Mahan. But the big commonality in that 5 spot, Catherine Thomas, 4 for 5 in game 1 and 3 for 3 in game 2. So she's swinging it consistently well. Payoff pitch. Rolled back up the middle. Walter fields cleanly. The throw to first is in time, and that is a huge ground ball back up the middle. That's a big out for Charlton and an even bigger confidence boost for Walter. 3 errors combined today. Also, Avery Pinder stole second. Pinder looked like she was gunned to rights, but the throw popped out of the glove of Walter. Pinder later comes around to score off that single from Shiflett that we've talked about. 2 up, 2 down. Charlton looking for a 1-2-3 7th. To acquire the perfect inning, she'll have to go through Jasmine Smith. Oh, 1 down below the knees to even the count at 1-1. Smith 0 for 3 so far in game 2. That comes after a 3 for 5 showing in the first game of our doubleheader. Charlton leaves it down and away. And for Smith, it's 3 straight multi-hit performances. 2 games yesterday against Randolph, 2 for 4 in each of those 2 contests. Elevated offering from Charlton, up above the letters. Hitters count, 3 balls and a strike. With first base open Might be a spot where Charlton's trying to play it safe rather than be sorry. The 3-1. Cut on and missed. Now being said, if you do put Smith on, it doesn't get necessarily easier with Sarah Weimer on deck. Weimer is 0 for 2 in Game 2, but saw the damage she created in Game 1 and know that that is always potential outcome when she comes to the plate. Payoff pitch down below the knees, and we will see Weimer come to the plate in the top of the 7th. Third walk issued by Charlton, matching her entire season total prior to the start. Another point of intrigue in this game. No strikeouts for Charlton, and just one for Erica Nelson, and that was against Lexi Powell to start the bottom of the 6th. Carly Hudnall makes the trip to the mound, as does Coach Simmons and the rest of the Lynchburg infield. Again, a lot of credit and respect given to Sarah Weimer. A tough bat to retire, but Charlton has had her number in Game 2. The sophomore working against Weimer has the catcher at 0 for 2 with a walk. But going back to Game 1, 2 RBI double followed up by a solo home run, pair of groundouts, and a late game single. Had Weimer at 3 for 5, 3 ribbies in the front end of our doubleheader. Lynchburg has split the 3 previous home doubleheaders. Bridgewater looking to make it 4 wins in a row. Weimer versus Charlton, and perhaps the biggest AB of the game so far. First pitch swinging, sent to Walter. Make the throw across the infield, and Weimer retired on the first pitch she sees. 1 runner left on for Bridgewater, and we head to the bottom of the 7th. Lynchburg, the chance to walk it off. You're watching the Hornets and the Eagles on LHSN. Seven, 8, 9 for Lynchburg. Step into the plate. Addison Walter, Jordan Brown, and Ashley Haley. If anyone to reach against Erica Nelson, retakes the mound for Bridgewater. We would then see the top of the order for the Hornets. And it looks like we will have someone other than Addison Walter step into the plate. This is Anna Grace Terrell hitting in the place of Addison Walter. So a left-handed hitter thrown into the mix to work against Erica Nelson, who's been stellar for Bridgewater. First pitch to Terrell, misses high and inside. The 1-0. Finds the outside corner. Count even at 1-1. Anna Grace Terrell, 12th game played, 375 average on the season. Count now 2-2. Right side of the infield, over to field. Shiflett underhand toss to first to retire Terrell for out number 1. Jordan Brown, the next to the plate for Lynchburg. 0 for 2, hit into a fielder's choice, then grounded out to third. And it looks like Coach Simmons coming out of the dugout. Might have another pinch hitter for the Hornets. And it's Leah Caldwell. Caldwell eyes the first pitch in for a strike. Sophomore from Pamplin, Virginia. Up and over the head. Torona watches it go foul. Caldwell this season hitting .278. This marks her 16th game played. Caldwell watches it down and away. The real objective here for Caldwell and then Ashley Haley on deck is just get runners on. Force Bridgewater to work themselves out of a jam. And it looks like we might have a pinch hitter for Haley on deck. This one sent to short. Fielded by Mahan, and the throw to first is in time for out number 2. Erica Nelson an out away from forcing extra innings in Lynchburg, Virginia. And instead of Ashley Haley, Lynchburg sends Ruby Stewart to hit in her place. So Stewart will hit for Haley. Right-handed bat hitting .194 so far this year. First pitch misses the zone. This marks the 19th, make it 20th game played this year for Stewart. Another pitch missing low. Hitters count, 2 balls and no strikes. On the ground, left side and through to left field. A big 2-out hit for Ruby Stewart. And Lynchburg has the opportunity ajar as Carly Hudnall is back to the plate. Stewart without a stolen base attempt this season. We'll head back to the Lynchburg dugout. And Haley returns to game and will be the runner at first. Slapped foul, third base side. Hudnall 1 for 3. The hit came in the third. Line to short, catch is made by Mahan for the second consecutive inning. The shortstop snags the inning-ending out, and a runner is left on for Lynchburg. 7 innings, not enough to decide a winner. We're headed to extras as we step aside and come back with the top of the 8th between Lynchburg and Bridgewater. On to inning number 8. Lynchburg had a extra inning win yesterday against EMU in Game 1, taking that contest 6-5 through 8 innings and looking to have history repeat itself as Emily Charlton out for the extra work. First hitter she'll face is Catherine Thomas, who shows bunt. Bit of an interesting approach there for Thomas, who's 3 for 3 in this game, including a 2-run home run in the 4th. And in Game 1 went 4 for 5. Felt like if there was anybody in the Bridgewater order you wanted swinging it, it'd be Thomas. Does bring the corners in for Lynchburg. Thomas lays it up first base side. Tully tosses to Haley, and for the first time in Game 2, Thomas is retired. Now it is a sac bunt that moves Weimer up to third. So it's not necessarily the first time that Thomas officially is retired per AB, but it's the first time that Thomas doesn't reach. And I understand the small ball strategy, but that being said, someone swinging it that well, I just don't know if you want to take the bat out of their hands. Foul ball up the third base line from Torona. Third baseman 0 for 3 on the afternoon, but because of the sac bunt, it does put Torona in a spot where a productive out will get the job done all the same. Let me also preface that while I might not have had Thomas lay down the bunt, third-year head coach Megan Pleskovic knows a whole lot more than I do, and I am not afraid to admit that. So trusting her judgment is always a smarter decision than probably listening to me. 1-2, down in the dirt, counting at 2-2. That being said, I appreciate everybody who's tuned in and watched this broadcast and listened to me throughout this Sunday afternoon. You're watching this contest on LHSN. TJ Wingert here with you. A good battle at the tail end of Game 2 of our twin bill. In on the hands, Torona fights it out to center field. Hackett charging in, makes the grab, and fires a missile to home plate. And that forces runner to hold at third. And because of that fly out, and Weimer unable to advance and score on the play, this is where the sac bunt really feels like null and void, especially considering it was Catherine Thomas at the plate. Be interesting in a what-if scenario. What does that mean for Bridgewater? Brooklyn Fridley looking to come through in a big 2-out setting. Left fielder 1 for 3. The hit came in the 4th. Charlton pulls the string and has Fridley swinging through the off-speed offering. Charlton way out in front, 0-2. Elevated, in between swing, Fridley went around. A huge strikeout in the first of the day for Emily Charlton. It comes at a perfect time. Charlton faces the minimum. Weimer stranded at third, and we head to the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg with a chance to win it at Moonfield. Bottom of the 8th inning, Lexi Powell up to lead things off, shows bunt, and takes the first pitch she gets downstairs and leads the count 1-0. The runner at second is Carly Hudnall. And just looking at how the lineup played out for these two teams in extra innings, advantage Lynchburg there. No disrespect to Sarah Weimer, but not necessarily the fastest runner. Meanwhile, Hudnall, a leadoff hitter and someone with a slap approach, has good speed despite being a catcher. Just a little bit of an advantage there for Lynchburg having Hudnall on the base paths versus Weimer for Bridgewater. And then you're talking about Lynchburg sending 2, 3, 4 to the plate compared to 5, 6, 7 for Bridgewater, which the 5, 6, 7, the middle part of the order, has been swinging it well for the Eagles. But for Lynchburg to have Powell, Tully, and Cundiff come to the plate, you couldn't have asked for a better layout to the home half of the 8th. Powell gets the bunt down and moves Hudnall up to third, and Lynchburg knocking on the door for a potential 4-3 walk-off. Three-four put out on the sac bunt. And Sophie Tully, 0 for 3 in Game 2, with a chance to be the hero. First pitch is in the dirt. Lined through to right field. Lynchburg walks it off in the bottom of the 8th. Sophie Tully, the game-winning RBI single to bring home Carly Hudnall, and these two teams split. A very fun and entertaining doubleheader. Tully, the game-winning hit, gives Emily Charlton the win, and Erica Nelson will get the loss for Bridgewater despite a career performance this afternoon. Lynchburg elevates to 12-12 in the season, 3-1 in conference play. Bridgewater falls to 13-11 and 3-1 in conference play. And after winning 3 in a row, Bridgewater falls short in extras to Lynchburg at Moon Field. Didn't give the winners and losers from Game 1. I do apologize for that. Samantha Martin got the win in Game 1, now 7-2 on the year. And Bree Carter got the loss for Game 1, falling to 2-2. Give you some final thoughts, then we'll get you out of here. What a fun battle between the two teams, and obviously it comes with a harder note to put down as you watched two separate games of softball, but Bridgewater's offense in Game 1 was churning through the lineup card and was playing really stellar, swinging it well, and you got a great showing from Samantha Martin in the circle. Then in Game 2, the offense subsides a little bit, but you had some timely hitting, and I think that's really what's a great part about this game is you had a tighter contest, lower scoring, you had to put your offense in a different spot. And for the most part, when it came down to crunch time, Bridgewater came through with the exception of the top of the 8th. And you also had to shout out Catherine Thomas, swung it exponentially or fantastically so far this afternoon, and Thomas was a lot of fun to watch. Meanwhile, for Lynchburg, Coach Simmons gets career wins 652, and for the 4th time this year, Lynchburg plays at home in a doubleheader and splits. So a good response after a tough Game 1. Lynchburg holds on and comes through in extras to win 4-3 with Sophie Tully getting the walk-off base knock. That'll do it for us at Moonfield. For my director, Sam Rice, and the rest of our fantastic LHSN broadcast crew, my name's TJ Wingert. And until next time, we are signing off.